Tube's going.
Might have been worse than the game against the Saints in week number 1 for Carolina, right? I mean, again, if we're doing an AP poll, we're ranked at 1 to 32. We might have to put Carolina at 33, put a little space in between. I mean, my goodness.
Catch Moneyline with Donnie Rightside and Kevin Walsh. Weekdays, 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific on the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
New research reveals you can learn overnight by smelling strong odors combined with spoken instructions while you're asleep.
E equals MC squared.
Neurons associated with smell are hardwired to the brain centers of learning, memory, and emotion. While you're asleep, sniffing cigarette odor mixed with the smell of decomposing fish and rotten eggs makes you want to quit smoking. Stimulating the olfactory system, your sensory environment, smelling while sleeping may supercharge learning anything. Follow me at G Capalbo on X and stay tuned to The Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
The sharpest football contest show in the land, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show, focuses on Circus Sports Million, Circus Survivor, and the Westgate Super Contest, handicapping the games and releasing our contest picks every week of the season. With 2 former Super Contest winners, Brady Cannon and James Salinas, a former NFL player, Mike Pritchard, and over $1 million in contest prize money won combined, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show will have you prepared this season like none other.
Face it, it's a jungle out there. And you're wearing baloney underwear. Think of SportsGrid as one of those last great outposts where you can have fun doing something you love. Expert information on gaming, odds, and tons more. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Scumbags! Let's rage!
Sports Rage with Gabe Morency.
Rage all you want. Let's roll. Countdown to kickoff is on. The Monday Night Meltdown has begun. In-game, live, game on edition. Let's roll. Monday Night Football. We got the Philadelphia Eagles and the Atlanta Falcons, a battle of birds. I am Gable Morency, the pimps, the players, the hustlers, the people, the bust them, and everybody else in between. Stepping up and in, we're throwing it down on Sirius XM channel 159 of the SportsGrid Radio networks, kicking it on YouTube. SportsGrid on demand. Subscribe. So you get alerts every time we're coming on. We're on Mondays and Thursdays during this format. Of course, we're on Sunday Night Football as well, just on all grid platforms. We'll get used to it, but the season is moving along, isn't it? And next Monday, we actually have a double header. The Buffalo Bills host the Jags, and the Cincinnati Bengals host the Washington Commanders. So we do the two-step, and we're going to be on for the football games, both games, next week. That'll be super cool. All right, so as far as tonight is concerned, there's been a lot of talk about Kirk Cousins and this Atlanta Falcon offense that looked in week 1 a hell of a lot like it looked last year when Desmond Ridder was the quarterback. But we'll get to that in a couple of moments. Let's get an update as far as the point spread and the line moves and everything that's going on right now. Philadelphia Eagles are laying 5.5 points in this game. The total is currently 46.5. It's starting to creep up a little bit. People are starting to bet the over before kickoff here. So 5.5 and 46.5. 5 is a weird number. And, 5.5. It's a strange number. You don't see it very often, actually, if you think about it. You don't get a lot of 5-point spreads and 5.5 point spreads. We don't really know. Very similar to the Chicago Bears last night. Their offense was, inefficient in week 1. It was a little better in week 2. That's a rookie quarterback, but Kirk Cousins really, really, really struggled last week. Like, he was bad, like alarmingly bad, like so bad you have to wonder, like, why did you guys sign him? Like, honestly, I remember talking about this before the draft, and you can never believe all reports, but there was a lot of talk out of Atlanta that Atlanta wanted to start over with their own quarterback. that they weren't in the Kirk Cousins mix. They weren't looking for a veteran quarterback. They wanted to draft a quarterback. They have a new coach, draft a quarterback, and start from there. And then they went and they signed Kirk Cousins, but then they actually still did draft a quarterback. So they were kind of, they kind of told the truth when they said, no, we like, there's a quarterback that we really like in this draft. So they took Michael Penix, but they also still signed Kirk Cousins. And we all knew this was going to happen. If Cousins doesn't play well, people are going to start to say, well, what about Penix? And we're today, Bryce Young, of course, has already been benched. So the NFL stands for not for long. You have to wonder if Kirk Cousins is bad again tonight. How long is it until, well, I'll tell you what, if Kirk Cousins is bad tonight, it'll be about 5 minutes on Twitter before people start saying, well, what about Michael Penix coming into the football game? So like this, and I'll say in reality, it's probably about a month. Like if they don't get it together after the first 3-4 football games, they can say, well, maybe Kirk Cousins just ain't that guy anymore. But I don't understand why they had him in the shotgun as much as they did last week. 81% of the snaps were in the shotgun. Kirk Cousins is not a pistol offense. He's not a pistol offense shotgun quarterback. He's a play action quarterback. 31% of his completed passes, Kirk Cousins, are in the play action. So basically a third of everything that he does, you took away from him. Extreme. Like I thought Arthur Smith wasn't there anymore. I thought this was like a new era in Atlanta. So with all that being stated, if you're with us last night, we moneyline parlayed the Houston Texans with the Philadelphia Eagles. So that doesn't really help you right now, but you should have tuned in last night. So you know what? I figured, listen, I like Houston. I like Philadelphia. We'll get a head start on this, and we'll take the point spread out of the equation. So we're already on the Philadelphia Eagles on the money line, but it's always good to look at the alternate lines, guys. All right? Because sometimes you'd be surprised about the prices, and you can actually get a deal. Case in point. So the Philadelphia Eagles are -5.5 right now, and I bet them -4. All right, and I didn't really pay all that much. All things considering, I was like, you know what? I'd rather have -4 at -128. So basically, I got a 1.5 for 18 cents. That's value right there. And I get it. You know what I mean? I'm not always, and I understand the argument against buying points, and it adds up and stuff, but we saw it last night, right? I hit the ticket last night. They were 6-point favorites. We got them. It was -4, like -138 type of deal last night. So I figured, you know what? Let's just go like under this 6 because it wouldn't surprise me in similar situation. Atlanta and Philadelphia. It seems like Atlanta are always here. Remember the playoff game? It was actually the year the Eagles won the Super Bowl. The Falcons could have beat them. Julio Jones slipped in the end zone. I think I'm going back a ways. I think I'm talking about the Nick Foles Super Bowl run there. They played the Falcons in the playoffs. I remember like it was like a 4th down, and it was like the game was on the line, and the Falcons were on like the 5-yard line or whatever, and they ran a pass for Julio Jones, but Julio Jones fell. He slipped. He got up. He still nearly caught it, actually. Like if he doesn't fall, the Eagles don't win the Super Bowl. That was then. This is now. So as far as this game, we played the Philadelphia Eagles -4 at -128. I played an over 44 at -142 just because I didn't want to get screwed over if it lands. Like I wasn't playing the 46.5. I'm not overly in love with this because I don't know what the hell we're going to get from the Falcons offense here. But the Eagles defense, we saw them get lit up quite a bit last week. The middle of the field is open with Philadelphia, so Kyle Pitts should have a pretty good game. We like Kyle Pitts over 3.5 receptions. So we played the game over 44. Here's a little same-game parlay that we played. Saquon Barkley to score a touchdown. Bijan Robinson to score a touchdown at +200. I was going to throw Philadelphia into it, and it turns into like +325. It was +350 last night, but I'm already all over Philadelphia, so I didn't need to add him into the same-game parlay. Saquon Barkley to score 2 or more touchdowns at +250, although that's coming down right now. Kyle Pitts over 3.5 receptions tonight. Saquon Barkley over 2.5 receptions. Devontae Smith over 5.5. receptions. I got the long field goal tonight, over 46.5 as well. Here's another one. This was like an odds boost that they set the trap and I walked right into it. But I think this is manageable, actually, if Kirk Cousins can throw the football. And Kirk Cousins, like, he averaged like 3 yards through the air last week. Like, it was a real problem. You know, I saw a good comparison about Kirk Cousins. Remember Peyton Manning's last year in the NFL when he was just like super slow and he couldn't move and it was, you know, everything was like 4 or 5 yards. You know, that's the way that it kind of looked with Cousins last week. Like, I don't know if he's unhealthy or what the deal is, but we'll see. But with that being stated, we're not asking for that much here with this one. And it's plus 450, so $100 pays back $550. Drake London, 50 or more receiving yards. Kyle Pitts, 50 or more receiving yards. Devontae Smith, 50 or more receiving yards. There's no A.J. Brown tonight. So there's no A.J. Brown. Dotson really isn't that good. Let's just call it out for what it is. So I'm not expecting this big Dotson, like, boom. Everybody's buying into Dallas Goedert. Okay, I think the number's too high. It's 4.5 catches. I'm not doing that. Devontae Smith is the real deal. And Jalen Hurts likes him, too. So, like, Jalen will throw it to him. He's going to be one of the go-to guys tonight. So we're going Devontae Smith over 5.5. And Saquon Barkley, first touchdown of the game. Let's roll. It's always a running back, so why not Saquon? Let's get it.
Losers rely on luck. Winners depend on getting the information they need.
Winners depend on us.
The home of the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
For anyone who's worried about back taxes, has not filed tax returns, and doesn't know what to do next, stop and listen. Not filing your taxes can have severe consequences, especially in this political climate. Now that COVID is over, the IRS is getting aggressive, massively increasing enforcement and collection efforts. With politicians making all sorts of promises, especially when it comes to taxes, hiding and not dealing with your taxes will cause you harsh legal and financial ramifications. But right now, the IRS offers forgiveness and writes off a massive amount of tax debt. The Tax Doctor offers a free service that helps people get out of IRS collections and back in good standing with the government. Don't hide or bury your head in the sand. Take advantage of our free service. Call now to learn more. 800-816-4492. 800-816-4492. 800-816-4492. That's 800-816-4492.
The early line.
You saw it with Georgia. They got beat in the SEC championship game. Did Kirby Smart say, I hate this, the rules are so unfair, I can't get this football team? No, they showed up in the Orange Bowl and they smashed the hell out of Florida State, sending the college football playoff like, you should have kept us in, we would have won a championship. Watch us go into next year, now we're going to make it right.
It's the early line with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific on the SportsGrid Radio Network. The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. Let's make something crystal clear. The winning edge has nothing to do with increasing good luck. Luck has nothing to do with it. It's sports gaming strategies and information. You want luck? Flip a coin. You want to win? Flip it here. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
All right, we're getting ready for kickoff. Countdown to kickoff is on and nearly complete. A.J. Brown in street clothes tonight for the Philadelphia Eagles, but they're not lacking weapons, and that's the thing. The Eagles are a very deep football team on the offensive side of the football, so if one player gets hurt, I don't think they're going to be all that affected, to be honest. But there's been a ton of injuries, so we'll get to that a little bit later on. It's a battle of birds tonight. The Dirty Bird versus the Eagle. Fly, Eagle, fly. And I believe the eagle is the king of the skies, even more so than a falcon, although falcons are pretty cool too. Let's bring in Cam Stewart right now and see who he's on in this football game. Cam, we're getting ready. We're nearly kicking off here. Who you on? Who do you have in this game?
You're right, Gabe. Falcons are very intelligent birds. Eagles are rare. I'm on the Falcons tonight, and I like the over in the game more than anything. I found this side really tough. Finished at 5.5, kind of an interesting number there. We'll see if Kirk Cousins can pick it up. He looked a little banged up in the first game, even though it was the first game out. But you said it, Eagles, weapons everywhere. Devonta Smith will probably get a lot of balls tonight, and Dallas Goedert the same way. So, yeah, I'm expecting points tonight. I know we didn't see it last night. That game kind of slowed down, but I'm expecting fireworks tonight.
I would hope so. We'll see. I keep losing betting these primetime games over. We've seen a trend to the under once again. I don't know what to expect. I got a piece of the over as well. But I don't really know what to expect from the Atlanta Falcon offense. I brought it up off the top of the show. They ran Kirk Cousins in the shotgun last week 81% of the time. You run like a mobile quarterback. You run a young quarterback that needs to see the field. Like if you're in the shotgun, you're trying to, it's a buffer zone. There's a little more space. It takes a couple of seconds longer to get to the quarterback. You can't run play action in that. And Kirk Cousins, 31%, Cam, of Kirk Cousins' passes that he completes are play action. He's the king of play action, this guy. And they took away his strongest suit. He's a freaking statue back there right now, bro. And here's a crazy stat that I came across for Kirk Cousins. He only dropped back 3 yards per pass. And people don't really talk about this, but he's that unathletic that he can't move. He drops back 3 yards. There's no mobility. He can't step up, step back, step sideways. So we'll see if that was just saying it was my first game. I was hurt. I'm coming off of surgery. It is a new coordinator, new team and everything. But once again, bro, this is what training camp is for. This is what the preseason is for. These teams don't play their guys. And then they wonder why they suck when the season starts. See it all the time. Point. And like I said, these games count, bro. The Buccaneers are 2-0 right now, right? They're like, hey, the Saints are 2-0 right now.
Oh, dude,
if you're the Falcons, this season can fall apart fast. Yeah, your Panthers are 0-2 and the Saints are 2-0.
Oh, yeah. I'm basically, Gabe, why don't I just hand the money to the guy already? I'm already looking at the futures going, I'm dead.
You're barred from capping NFC South games moving on. You should just ignore that division. It's like a college conference. Just go, I don't read that conference well.
Well said. I'm doing really well in other divisions, but this one, I'm
conference.
Horrible. I'm horrible. I got the Seahawks, like the Ravens under Gabe, they haven't won. You're right. I got to stick to what I know, and I obviously don't know this conference. And let's give the Saints a lot of credit with Kubiak as their coordinator. They're shredding guys. Morency, you brought up a really good point, too, and I've talked about this with other people with Penix. The Falcons obviously knew something. Kirk Cousins was hurt after the surgery, and he's an older guy. It takes a lot longer to heal when you're older. And I agree with you. If not for Will Levis again, Rodgers has still been rusty after a couple of games, and these older quarterbacks, you still need the training camp because the older guys have looked a little bit rusty so far.
So the Philadelphia Eagles get the ball first. Always make a note of this. Who's going to get the ball to start the second half? So the Atlanta Falcons will get the ball to start the second half. It's been a pretty pass-heavy attack so far. They just got a penalty, so it's a 1st and 15. But I thought Jalen Herz, and in the first half of that game last week in Brazil, it was sloppy, right? But the field was sloppy. They're in Brazil, so you can sort of cut him some slack. But Jalen Hurts' decision-making wasn't great in the first half of the game, but he really settled down. And I thought as the game went on in the third quarter and the fourth quarter of the game against Green Bay, that he kind of looked like that Super Bowl Jalen, like MVP type of Jalen. He was running with the ball. He was throwing with authority. And he hasn't really run with the ball much, Cam, lately. But you see, he doesn't seem to be as shy to run anymore. I think he is actually getting healthier right now. And I think he is comfortable in this Kellen Moore offense. So it's only been one game. Let's see. We have a third and long coming up right now. Defensive coordinator Jimmy Lake of the Atlanta Falcons. He was briefly the Washington Huskies coach, and the Huskies lose the Apple Cup to Washington State.
Got to give the Cougars
big win for the Washington State Cougars.
I got
Their
that one
coach
right,
was
Gabe.
in tears after.
It's amazing. What a game. I got to tell you, you're right, though. The NFC South's been a train wreck, but hit that one in the under. Gotta. You need small victories, buddy. Huge third down here for the Eagles.
Third and 9. Jalen Hurts takes off. He's not going to get it. That's a strange play. Yeah, that's a strange play right there. You know, it's funny, too. The Eagles in the past would be like, yeah, we're going for it. Like, even on the first drive of the game, I think they're a little more conservative right now. I can live with punting here, but, man, you're close to, like, that territory where it's like, really? Like, put it this way. Everybody ripped Pierce and the Raiders for punting from the 43, right? So you're punting from the 48 here. It's like, all right. Like, I get it. I don't know what the cutoff is, the 45 maybe, but I'd be very frustrated by that. I'd be like, yeah, I would begrudgingly punt, and they just downed it inside the 10, so we'll see what Kirk Cousins can bring to the table here. Let's do we'll keep people up to date throughout the evening for all your prop plays. Jalen Hurts, 2 for 2, 20 yards. Calaterra, of course, with the catch cam, because everybody bet on him. Even I did. Yeah. He wasn't even listed.
Did you look at Kansas City's touchdowns? I'm like, who are these guys? Like getting the like 50 to 1. I'm like, what the hell's going on here? But that's the way it is in the NFL.
That was a big
buddy.
theme yesterday.
Yep, you're right.
In the 1:00 games, all the early touchdowns were all like, who the hell is this guy? Like, wow, how did this guy just score? All right, we're rolling along Monday Night Football. Let's do this thing. Sirius XM Channel 159.
Being a SportsGrid listener doesn't make life perfect, but it'll do till perfect comes along. We're the home of the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channel dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and Sirius XM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1993, Dave Winfield becomes the 19th player to get 3,000 hits. Big Dave was a gifted athlete, as he was drafted by the NBA's Atlanta Hawks and Minnesota Vikings. Winfield was a 7-time Gold Glover and belted 465 home runs in his Hall of Fame career.
Drive hit deep to left field, way back, forget it, it's a home run for Dave Winfield.
For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
Pharrell Coast to Coast.
They never win, though.
Can't be saying that
I
in Vegas.
did, son.
But somebody's going to swing at you over here.
I'm quick, though. I told you. I'm big, too. 240, son.
Not me.
Mafia, tell him what happens to these big 6'4", 240 guys. We go down. It takes a lot to get us down, son. I will truck you, Raleigh.
Man, you're going to put me on the spot. I'm going to have to swing at you.
Raleigh.
It's Pharrell Coast to Coast with Scott Farrell. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific. On the home of the winning edge. The SportsGrid Radio Network. How to tell if you have the winning edge. Take a coin and flip it. While it's in the air, call it. Whatever comes up, so long as you're listening to us.
You have it.
Get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
All right, we got an early Bijan Robinson signing. They're handing off the rock to him early, and he's doing some damage. All the talk about Saquon Barkley. Listen, Robinson's awesome. Kyle Pitts, I guess he's awesome, but there comes a time where at some point, like if they're not moving the ball ever, you know what I mean? Maybe they're not all so awesome. Like, I don't know, is it the play calling? Is it this? Is it that? like, because they have a ton of talent. No one's going to dispute this. This offense should be better than it is. And last year it was like, well, it's Desmond Ridder. And Desmond Ridder was bad. Like, no one could dispute it. He was a bad quarterback. Every time he threw the ball, like, you had to hold your breath, and he didn't see things. It was just bad. But they gave Kirk Cousins all this money, Cam, and it's only the second game here, so let's see how this unfolds. But his first pass attempt just got batted down at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, it did. Ugly play. You're right. Like, Ritter's the same thing. Every time Will Levis has the ball game, I'm like, oh, God, what's this guy going to do to screw it up? And
he's another one on borrowed time. Tennessee will be taking a new quarterback next year.
Oh, yeah, no. Honest to God, this guy's – oh, that's not – we won't say flaming hot takes here. You watch this guy play, it's like you hold your breath every time. This team could be 2-0 if not for him and the mistakes he makes. But
coach –
you're right.
The coach actually told him, there was a video, you could clearly read his lips. He said, what the F are you doing? When he was like, when Levis came back, he was yelling. He's like, what the F are you doing?
Yeah, they took him out of field goal range.
Levis, he got sacked. He was going down and he threw the ball backwards. Like he threw the ball like a lateral. He turned it over again. And I told people about this. They stopped him on 3rd down and 4. Now they're getting the ball back. Kirk Cousins can't throw the ball. So, I told people about this, and I liked Will Levis in college. I knew he had a cannon and stuff, but I warned people, there was like Levis can make a great play, and then he's going to do something dumb. But the thing is, there's more bad plays than good plays with him. He's not it. He's not that guy. I knew people were going to fall for him. He was athletic and stuff, but the coach has already lost his patience with him. And it's only his second game, Cam. And the coach is like, what the F is wrong with you? Right? Like, it's a problem.
They should have beat the Jets again. Like, first of all, they dominated the Bears. Levis cost them 2 wins. The Tennessee Titans should be 2-0. He is the reason they're losing games. And there's nothing. Their defense has been great. They held Aaron Rodgers in check. They played the Jets well. And this guy's turning like 3-point plays into -7 plays, 10 points the other way. Like this, I don't know what he's doing or what he's thinking, but you're right. And every time he gets in these situations, he has these brain meltdowns, and he'll throw a pick. It's unacceptable. You're right. You can't be a starting quarterback.
So we're still scoreless right now. There's been 2 drives, both teams. Philadelphia moved it a bit, hurt themselves with a penalty. They did move the ball to midfield, but then they punted. Atlanta, Atlanta got a couple of nice runs from Robinson. And to be honest with you, I don't know why they got away from it, Cam. Like they were running the ball. Like, honestly, I would have just kept going. Like, honestly, I'm thinking I'm on Philadelphia, and I was like, wow, man, Robinson's pretty good. They can't stop him. Like, just keep giving it to him. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I couldn't agree more, Gabe.
They went into 2 passing plays. Like, right. I understand 1. Like, okay, it's 3rd and 3. We'll just do a little dump off here. But no, they got away from it, and they were like, oh, let's have Cousins throw it over the middle of the field down the field. It got batted down. And then his 1 completion was kind of a check down. And I know, like I said, it's early, but Cousins' velocity seems to be off too. He doesn't have a zip on the ball. I don't know. Like, we'll see what happens as it goes on. But I would have just kept, look, Robinson had 2 carries, guys, for 14 yards. Just keep giving him the ball.
He's a dominant back.
It's simple.
Reason he went that high. And Gabe, it sets up everything. It's like not a rocket science. You can soften up Philly's defense and give Cousins time to throw when you have a running game. I agree 100%. Like, why don't get away from it? Robinson should be the featured guy in Atlanta's offense a hell of a lot more. I don't know what's going on in that pass to him was brutal. There's just a lot of flaws with the Atlanta Falcons. I don't know exactly what it is. I think Drake London should get more touches. I look at this team, and you said it. They got tons of studs, but I don't know. Do they?
Here's a football trivia question for everybody. There was actually, it's kind of well known, the least dressed cheerleaders in the National Football League. The Philadelphia Eagles.
Ooh, scantily clad. Didn't know how.
Yeah, you'll see there was just a shot of them. It's like a step away from the strip club type thing. Like, I'm telling you. Like, I was watching yesterday the Detroit Lions game. They were wearing like pants, and I'm almost thinking
Buffalo Bills
that shouldn't be allowed unless it's cold out. It's cold out. Like, you're in a dome. Like, you're cheerleaders. You can't be wearing pants. Okay, just does that. If I'm the owner, I'll be like, you know what? If they want to wear pants, just fire them after all.
The Seagulls wear pants a lot too, Gabe, in the Pacific Northwest. Rainy.
No, not allowed.
giving you sports gaming strategies so powerful you can practically reserve a family vacation on it. Feels good to be a winner, doesn't it? This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-365-6303. 800-365-6303. 800-365-6303. That's 800-365-6303.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Technical University of Denmark researchers are investigating the physics of the paper cut. Experimenting with different types of paper. Magazines, letter, tissue. Huh? Yes, thick soft paper buckles without cutting. But the worst offender, dot matrix printer paper. Luckily, no longer widely used. Embracing the cut, they've created the Paper Machete, a 3D printed tool loaded with dot matrix paper that can cut cucumbers, apples, even chicken. In case you're wondering, they cut gelatin instead of real fingers, because...
It's kind of hard to find volunteers.
Follow me, @Capalbo on X, and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
There's something you should know and always remember. SportsGrid does not increase luck. We're your unfair advantage for the latest sports gaming information. If you're looking for luck, go find a horseshoe. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Saquon Barkley and this Philadelphia Eagle rushing attack. Looks like he's at Penn State, and they're playing against Northwestern. He's just picking up 12 yards at a time right now. He looks like
stiff arm.
He's a prime Heisman Trophy winner right here. This guy's like running for 14 yards at a time. It's like boom, boom. He goes around someone, runs someone else over, bam, bam. Like,
you know what? The Falcons
he's a brick wall, that guy. He's
damn right.
He's ripped. He's like a smaller Derrick Henry, this guy. Look at his speed. Look at this. Look at this. He did it again. This guy's averaging like 11 yards a carry right now.
He
just ran for another first down on first down.
You're right. Oh, Barkley. He looks great.
And you can see that guy on the Falcons just got up kind of muttering to himself like, oh, man. Like, he just bounced off of Barkley. He was frustrated. But dude, I'm telling you, I don't say this loosely. I told people this before, and I've been to a lot of football games in my life. He's the best player I've ever seen live. Like, I'm telling you, I saw him one game at Giant Stadium. I think it was against the Eagles, actually, and a couple of plays he made, I was like, man, that's like Barry Sanders type stuff. Like, when you actually see him in person, you see the players. On TV, you can kind of get it, but on person, you see guys, like, fly past them. And they're behind him, like he really just schools. Like, if he was a basketball player, like, he'd be breaking ankles. Like, they're like, people, like I said, this guy, it's only the first quarter, and the guy in the Falcons just got up, like, son of a...
He's averaging 10 yards at 9.8 yards to carry, Morency, right now. 4.5 in the first week. That's fantastic stuff. Yeah, you said it. The Falcons...
He's got the mix.
Again, they're quitting already. Like, their run defense is awful. Like, they're just slashing.
Well, they're getting frustrated. Yeah. This is where, though, I don't like it. So you run the ball down the field. Now suddenly you just run the ball up the middle when there's no space here. So what do you really expect to get out of that play? To me, that's like a wasted down, what they just did.
Mm-hmm.
What Gainwell? That was the Gainwell. I got no beef with Gainwell, Cam, but he's a smaller dude. So what do you think? Gainwell is going to run the ball up the middle? And another thing is, there's no space. It was so like I didn't like that call. They telegraphed.
I didn't
now
either.
they're in a must-pass situation here.
You've already tenderized these guys up with Barkley too, Gabe. It's a great time to throw the ball. You know what I mean? Like they're already huffing and puffing, and like they're beating them down. That's the time to go to the end zone. I agree. I didn't like that play call at all.
They got Saquon Barkley moving around in motion here, which I actually like. It's confusing. Man, Jalen Herz with all kinds of time here. No one's open.
Somebody? Nope.
And, frustrating. Frustrating's kind of a waste. This is the theme, Cam. You see this in the NFL. It kills the over, bro. These freaking teams, man, they march down the field. They get inside the red zone, inside the 10-yard line area, and they become useless. Like, look at that. Like, they ran the ball up the middle twice, and then they roll out here, and they don't. No one got open, though. This is where they missed A.J. Brown, because A.J. Brown's a great red zone target. Like, he really had no one to throw the football to, but
he's going to run.
Wow, they're going for it on 4th and 4.
Here we go.
I don't understand why you wouldn't go for it from the 48, but now you're doing this. Now they bail out. They call timeout. You better kick the field goal now. Anytime teams are going to go for it, you got to go for it right away because it freaks the defense out. They're surprised. I can't believe you guys are going for it. You do it fast. You can't call a timeout and come out and go for it now, in my opinion. Now you just say, whatever, dude. Just kick the F in 3 points. But Sirianni's a nut job. He's a modern coach, Cam. I bet you they're going to go for it.
I got to be honest with you.
They're going to go for it.
Look at all these coaches, too. Look at Dan Campbell. He's talking about eating, kneecaps and whatever. Like, I can't even manage a clock at the end. And then they were chasing a good pick by you on Tampa Bay. Like, I didn't know they were going to win outright. But Detroit, all they would have needed was a field goal. So you have a job to do. Manage the clock and stuff. These guys are, like, leaving points on the board. It's been very sloppy to start the season. You're talking red zone offense. True. A lot of field goals.
Yeah, but and some teams, though, don't get it. And they should just take the damn field goal. Here's an example here. I guarantee you Kellen Moore doesn't want to go for it. Kellen Moore's probably thinking, really? Like, you want to go to 4th and 4 in the first quarter? Why are we doing this? Just kick the points. Just take the 3, coach. Take the 3, but they want to be aggressive. They take the timeout, and it allows the Falcons to set up shop here. Let's see if it pulls it off here. And what I don't like, it takes Saquon out of the play. They had an empty set backfield. Falcons stomp it. Terrible.
This game, yeah. What a horrible call. That was awful. That was, wow. Good defense, I guess. Man, you're right. I'm with you, old school. I like points. I like to get points. You pin them deep, but who cares? 0-0 still. Good drive. They can move the ball and flip field position. Stupid.
And I knew you were throwing the ball. Terrible play calling. And that's on Sirianni, Cam. Should be 3-0 right now.
I don't think Sirianni's a very good coach. He's a good coach? O'Connell. Kid in Minnesota. That guy's one of the best coaches in the league. I watch that guy, what he does and how effective this team is with their guys. I'm a big fan. That guy gets it. He's a very smart kid, very smart guy. Brutal. Yeah. I don't know what to say. Right now, we're talking about the over in this game, and now we're leaving points on the board. I guess the under was the play. That Houston game slowed down last night, and Gabe's right. These primetime games, we're thinking about points, and there isn't really points. And in that situation, I don't understand it either. Like, you're on the road. I get it. It's Atlanta. You take the 3 and you play defense. Like, what did Atlanta do in their first possession? Absolutely nothing. They threw to Robinson. It was a bad throw. Cousins hasn't really figured it out. So we're at a point right now where we're thinking, where the hell are we going to get these points from? And that's what we need. So taking a look at the live line, everybody. What are we doing with this football game? Joe Madden's going to be coming up after the break. We can talk to her about who she's got in this game. But if you got the over, which I do in a couple teasers, not a great start to this football game at all. Like, we're just struggling with the points. And I got to tell you, man, these offenses just coming out. Philly was a little bit sloppy in Brazil. Gabe talked about that earlier, too, and they picked it up in the second half. Maybe we'll see what happens there. But live point spreads right now. What do we got here? I'm listing Philadelphia -3.5 total, 38.5. So we're down a touchdown. I think the game closed at 46. Sometimes some books had 46.5. So I'm seeing Philadelphia Eagles -3.5 from the original 5.5, 6, -220 on the money line. You like the Falcons? It's +160 in the total, 38.5. So that's what we got going on right now in this football game. Very, very bad. Atlanta's got a long field to go, and we'll see what Kirk Cousins and the Falcons offense can do. Not a lot in their first drive. not a lot of points, a lot of problems. And Saquon Barkley's been your bell cow. You got his prop. Just feed him the ball. You can soften up the defense and then take your shots over top. As we see Nick Foles, the Super Bowl MVP, getting awarded. That was one of the best days of my life, actually, when Philadelphia beat New England. I'll never forget that one. Cash, guy I was working for, was a Philadelphia Eagles fan, too. So got an extra a few bills in the envelope at the end of that night working the Super Bowl. But we will see what happens here. The Atlanta Falcons starting at their 8-yard line, giving it to Bijan Robinson right now, running back. Ooh, nice tackle right there. He's down at the 11-yard line. So we will see what is going on here. We got low flow right now. Absolutely low flow and defense. 425 and running right now. Falcons just trying to get out of their own shadow of their end zone and set up a little bit of shop. If not, Philadelphia is going to get the ball back in great field position. Should have taken the points, as we talked about, but nope. And right now, Atlanta, these guys have to get a first down or else they can have problems and give Philadelphia some great field position in this football game. This total is sinking right now, and the original line is down. Just feed Bijan. There you go. Look at this run. I like this strategy. This guy's a bell cow. We saw him at Texas. Just give him the damn ball, and then that'll set up the pass for Cousins. If you don't have a running game, Philadelphia is going to be all over it right now. Great play by Atlanta. Bijan.
The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channel dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and Sirius XM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1993, Dave Winfield becomes the 19th player to get 3,000 hits. Big Dave was a gifted athlete, as he was drafted by the NBA's Atlanta Hawks and Minnesota Vikings. Winfield was a 7-time Gold Glover and belted 465 home runs in his Hall of Fame career.
Drive hit deep to left field, way back, forget it, it's a home run for Dave Winfield.
For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
Seems like everybody has an opinion on how to do sports gaming, but consider your source. If you want to listen to your mother-in-law, that's a choice. So get your information from the voice of authority. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
All right, let's roll. I don't know what's more frustrating, the Eagles not scoring or us getting knocked off and overthrown. There was a mutiny But we're back up and running. Joe Madden will join us in a couple of minutes, and we'll figure stuff out. Like I said, we've only been doing this format for, I think we only did one show, right? Was it like last Thursday? So we're figuring out a lot of things on the fly. Here, but it's a little chaotic behind the scenes, but we'll do our best here. But Joe Madden steps up, and then, as I stated, as I was bitching about when we got knocked off, was the play calling. Like, I don't understand, like these teams, man, extremely baffling, ridiculous, just stupid play calling. Saquon Barkley's dominating. He's running the ball down the field. So what do? On 3rd and 4, you don't give it to him. On 4th and 4, you don't give it to him. And then you don't get anything. Even earlier, the Falcons are moving the football with Bijan Robinson. So, hey, let's stop giving it to Bijan Robinson. It's amazing, man, the dumbness of these offensive coordinators in the National Football League. The total is already plummeted all the way down to 37.5 right now, as there's under 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter of play. Let's bring in Joe Madden. Joe Madden in the house. Joe, good to see you. Although you got here a little early and caused a lot of chaos, but we won't blame you for that.
I cause chaos everywhere I go, Gabe. You know that.
Evidently,
I'm making trouble.
I didn't know you were such a troublemaker.
You haven't hung out with me, I guess. That's for sure. You won't come out to the Calgary Stampede. How would you know?
No.
I apologize.
I'm sorry. At least I'm honest that I don't have a massive desire to go to Calgary. The Grey Cup is in Vancouver, though. You like the Jonas Brothers? The Jonas
Brothers.
Do you?
Yeah.
I couldn't name one Jonas Brothers song if you offer me $10,000 right now.
Actually, I probably couldn't either, but when I hear them, I'm always like, oh, I like this song. And then I look it up and then I remember who it is.
Someone did a troll job on Twitter about how Nickelback was playing. It was like one of these parody fake sites. I don't know why people are losers and they do this stuff. But I would have actually preferred if it was Nickelback than the Jonas Brothers. I was disappointed as someone who was going to the Grey Cup. I'm like, I hope they have a good halftime act. But it'll give me time to, I don't know, to go get a couple of drinks and something to eat at halftime. But let's get into this Monday Night Football game right now, Joe. Who are you on here? The Atlanta Falcons or the Philadelphia Eagles? What'd you do with this game?
I was so nervous with this game, Gabe. I didn't take a side in it, which I know is kind of a cop-out, but I looked at this and I looked at Cousins and what we saw out of him over the years in prime time, and it scared me. Honestly, we saw him last week, and he really didn't have those plays where he was getting outside of the pocket. I still question his health out there. And we look at Jalen Herz and how strong he has been at home against the spread that I felt like the Eagles should win and cover. But what we saw over the weekend, it made me a little gun-shy to pull the trigger on a favorite here. I was riding with the Cowboys yesterday, and that absolutely destroyed me. So I looked at player props in this one. Saquon Barkley, you can even take for just the one touchdown. It was like minus 160, got up to minus 180. So I kind of played around with a couple of things. I looked at Hertz here for his ult rushing yards. I expect, even though Saquon Barkley gets a workload of the rushing yards, we look here at the Atlanta Falcons. Last week versus the Steelers, they allowed Justin Fields to run for 57 yards. So I ulted up Jalen Hertz to 60 plus. We were getting great plus money with that. And then I looked also Bijan Robinson for the Atlanta Falcons. I took him for his rushing yards, ulted to the over as well. I'm trying to think of what number I got for him. 80 plus rushing yards. I got that at plus 184, or probably 164. Sorry, Gabe. So player props in this one for me.
One thing with Jalen Hurts. Listen, Jalen Hurts used to be a touchdown machine with the brotherly shove that push him into the end zone. He doesn't run. He ran a bit, Joe, in the game against Green Bay when he had to. And I brought this up earlier. If you look at Kellen Moore, who was a longtime coordinator with the Dallas Cowboys, he's obsessed with running the ball. So I actually think fantasy players are going to get hurt this year because I don't think Jalen Hurts is going to score as many touchdowns, and I don't think he's going to run as much, to be honest. They basically, they're paying Saquon Barkley a lot of money. So I think they're figuring, you know what? He's the one that's going to run the ball. We don't want to get our quarterback hit too much. And, all right, Cousins completes a pass over the middle of the field. Guy was wide open, but it was a little bit of a flutter here. But unbelievable, Joe. 0-0 after the first quarter of play. Man, these games.
You know what? I'm so glad. There was a couple bets I was looking at on FanDuel, and one of them was for the Eagles to score in every quarter, and it looks so easy, right? We saw this offense down in Brazil and how strong they were, but then I looked at the juice you had to lay. It wasn't worth the bet. So I'm shocked here that we don't have any scoring in this first quarter. But it's prime time. We know primetime games.
These drives, I swear to God, we saw it earlier. Philadelphia goes down the field. You don't get anything out of it. It adds up. Right? It's just, you just killed 9 minutes of the game or whatever, 7 minutes of the game, and you don't even get anything out of it. I would have kicked the 3 points and just moved on. Yeah. These teams, I swear, like these modern coaches, I guess it's their analytics. McVay does it. Campbell does, like all these coaches, they're allergic to 3 points, Joe.
And I don't understand why. Right?
It's 0-0. It's in the first quarter. There's no shame with taking a 3-0 lead. Like, they get frustrated. Like, oh, I can't believe we didn't score. We haven't scored yet. We saw it the other night where I even said it. I said, yeah, they're getting frustrated and they're just going to go for it. And they did. It was the Rams. It was McVay. They were on like the 8-yard line or something. It was like, this isn't the best decision, coach. And, they ended up losing the game in overtime. And they left. They didn't go for the 3, and you ended up losing in overtime. Like the 3 points matters, Joe. Like, they're close games. That's like, I totally get it if it's like a track meet shootout. And it's like, listen, we can't stop the other team. So the field goal is not going to do us any good. It's a 0-0 game. And now the Eagles are just spinning their wheels on offense when they could be up 3-0.
So what do you think yesterday with the Bengals not going for the 2 in that situation? Because that game would have been tied up if they would have gone for 2. Right? Or did they miss the field? That's what they missed, the extra point, right?
The Cincinnati Bengals, the big play that got them was a pass interference penalty at the end. They had the lead, but you're right. It was off the map, did not up for them all game. Yeah. You can sort of see it coming. Yeah, I knew KC was going to come back.
They always do.
It's smarter to be on SportsGrid, but don't take our word for it. Ask somebody smart. Wait, that's not what I meant. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Purdue University physicists have opened the world's first quantum disco with the world's tiniest disco ball. And by tiny, I mean a disco ball 1/100th the width of a human hair, made of glowing fluorescent nanodiamonds levitating inside a pure vacuum, spinning 1.2 billion times per minute. The point? Not to improve your platform shoe disco finger, but to simulate what happens to qubits inside a quantum computer. Computing power that could be 150 billion times faster than yesterday's supercomputer. And that's a lot cooler than John Travolta doing the funky chicken. Follow me at Chica Palvo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Know someone with a drinking or drug problem? Learn how to get sober after we share these stories.
I was 35 with 2 beautiful children when my life and addiction started to spiral out of control. After my divorce, I went into a depression cycle and started drinking more often and using prescription drugs. After my second DWI and arrest, my ex-husband threatened to take our children away from me.
I was 17 when I became addicted to heroin and meth. I thought I could quit on my own, but I couldn't. It hit me when I was arrested.
Get sober now. Your private insurance may cover costs and we'll get you here. It's simple. Just call Elite Rehab Placement right now. Please, don't wait. Your life matters to us. 800-959-6348. 800-959-6348. 800-959-6348. Call right now before it's too late. That's 800-959-6348.
Ask any player and they'll tell you any advantage is important. That's where we come in. SportsGrid delivers gaming strategies and analysis 7 days a week.
The winning edge.
It's your advantage to more winning more often. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Man, there's just a lot of sloppy football. It's just sloppy football across the board. Like the Falcons, they're lucky. They just fumbled a handoff. But but they recovered their own fumble. Just par for the course right now. So now we got a third down coming up. The Falcons are moving into the red zone here. The new number right now, Philadelphia -1.5. So I'm actually surprised that the computer algorithm, Joe, has already given up on the Eagles like this. They haven't even been scored on yet for them to pop to only 115 on the money line. That's somewhat surprising to me. I still think they're going to win this football game. So it's a 0-0 game. We'll see what happens here on this 3rd and 9, but the total is now 36.5. So this thing's really plummeting right now, Joe.
Yeah, that is so low, but we're seeing both teams run the ball with success, so they're going to be eating up the clock. I don't know if I want to jump on the 37.5, but at 2.5, Gabe, that makes me feel so much more confident in the Philadelphia Eagles. I just didn't love that 5.5. Did you jump on the Eagles for this game?
I have the Eagles in a parlay on the money line.
Okay.
And I laid 4 points with the Eagles as well at -128. So
nice.
Still a lot of football left here. I still think they're going to win the football game. But from it's just both teams have moved the ball up and down the field and have gotten nothing out of it. I mean, it's been a seriously uneventful first quarter of play. At some point, if this total keeps dropping, I'll be interested and maybe I'll jump in on an in-game over here. It depends on what happens. We'll see on this 3rd and 9. So this drive's been a nice drive for them. 6 plays, 51 yards. It's taken 3 minutes off the clock, so it hasn't taken that much time, but they find themselves in a 3rd and 9 situation right now. And they got Cousins once again in the shotgun where he's not fully comfortable and he doesn't have the most success. And as we see, the play's not there. He just can't throw the ball down the field. Cousins, that's the problem. He doesn't see it quick enough. It doesn't develop. He doesn't have the mobility to buy the time. Anytime they try to throw the ball, Joe, for real, as opposed to just a quick hit, it doesn't work. Let's see, he drops back here. Once again, there's really no one to throw it to, so I'm not really blaming Cousins. Everybody was covered. Here's a 39-yard field goal attempt for Young Hoku.
Okay.
88% career percentage.
Well, at least they're trying to get points on the board. You must be 30 seconds ahead of me here, Gabe. So, but yeah.
I'll tell you what. I brought this up earlier. If you're the Eagles, all right, you didn't take the 3. They just did. And now you're losing 3-0. Should be 3-3 right now. That's on Sirianni, for his decision. And I said at the time, too, if you're going to do it, you see it all the time, man. These teams, they call timeout, and it gives the defense time to set up, right? You're giving the defense a timeout to call their defense, too. If you're going to do it, you do it right away. Right, you get up to the line, and the other team doesn't have time to get people off the field. They've got to deal with their personnel that they have on the field. You're letting the defensive coordinator set up shop and get into what they think you're going to do. It's just bad coaching, Joe. I'm telling you, anytime a team, when you see that, when it's 4th down and they're about to go for it, and then they call a timeout because they panic, it never works after. You got to run it. You got to run it right away, or just admit after. You know what? We tried to get in the jump off side and kick the field goal. You'll see that happen sometimes, but Sirianni's too stubborn. He's like a degenerate gambler, Joe. I got to bet this no matter what. It's not smart though.
No, it really isn't. I completely agree with you, and it's interesting to see even with those points coming on the board, we really haven't seen much movement in those lines. I guess they were expecting the Falcons to at least get the field goal on the board. So -164 right now for the Eagles on the money line, 2.5 at -120. I don't know, Gabe. Cousins he's not moving that ball nicely down the field. You're right, though. The Eagles defense has been all over them, which is good because we saw even the Eagles last week in Brazil. They were still giving up those big plays. The one thing you can do on the Eagles, though, is run on them. So why aren't they giving the ball more to Bijan Robinson then? Right? Like you said, he made some nice plays to start.
The Eagles secondary is better, though. You can see it. Even, I'll tell you what, last week against Green Bay, it's true. They gave up a ton of a couple of big plays, but the field was slippery as hell. And it was more just sort of the chaotic nature of the game. They would make a bunch of plays and it'd be like, oh my God, Reed got wide open. There were a couple of breakdowns, but there were they made plays when they had to. And you're seeing tonight, like they're blanketing these Falcon wide receivers. Cousins really doesn't have a lot of room to work with to throw the ball. 11 minutes left in the second quarter. We'll get Joe's thoughts on her Chargers on the other side.
So some of you aren't listening to SportsGrid the recommended 12 hours a day due to family commitments. Well, we know what your priorities are. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Purdue University physicists have opened the world's first quantum disco with the world's tiniest disco ball. And by tiny, I mean a disco ball 1/100th the width of a human hair, made of glowing fluorescent nanodiamonds levitating inside a pure vacuum, spinning 1.2 billion times per minute. The point? Not to improve your platform shoe disco finger, but to simulate what happens to qubits inside a quantum computer. Computing power that could be 150 billion times faster than yesterday's supercomputer. And that's a lot cooler than John Travolta doing the funky chicken. Follow me at Capalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Football full circle.
In my opinion, in the Dolphins' big picture, they're not going anywhere for a playoff run until that defensive front gets better. Would they give up a $144 against Bigsby and Travis Etienne last week? Is it going to stop tonight? Absolutely not. I just don't see it. I think Buffalo, to me, is the best team in the division.
It's Football Full Circle with Ben Stevens and Joe Lisi. Weekdays, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The sharpest football contest show in the land, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show, focuses on Circus Sports Million, Circus Survivor, and the Westgate Super Contest, handicapping the games and releasing our contest picks every week of the season. With two former Super Contest winners, Brady Cannon and James Salinas, a former NFL player, Mike Pritchard, and over $1 million in contest prize money won combined, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show will have you prepared this season like none other.
Did you ever wonder why we're called SportsGrid? It's because we help create so many winners we have to use a grid system to keep track of them all. Join them. Get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Scumbags! Rage! Sports Rage with Gabe Morency. Rage all you want.
Well, for all you Devontae Smith prop players such as myself, we just got away with one. He didn't really catch the ball. The ball hit the ground and no one really noticed. The Falcons didn't say anything. So the Eagles just played on and they got away with one because he didn't catch that ball, actually. And, man, the Atlanta Falcon defense is really making plays. And I'll tell you what, Joe, in the first game, too, that they played, their offense was stalled, but the Pittsburgh Steelers didn't score a touchdown against them. No. Like this Falcon defense that people normally, it's like, oh, only if they had a defense. Now it's only if they had an offense because their defense is making plays. And the predictability factor of Kellen Moore's offense here, there's no rhythm. They run something, then they get away from it. They try something else, then they go back to something else. I don't know. There's no flow to this offense suddenly here right now. And they just got stopped on a 3rd and 11. So it's going to be a 4th and 3 coming up here. They clearly have to go for it this time. It's on like the 43-yard line. So we got another 4th down attempt coming up here, Joe. But your Chargers are 2-0 to start the season. And listen, yeah, they played the Panthers, but they also beat the Raiders. 2-0 is 2-0. I think, though, we sort of get the first real test for this football team. Not that the Raiders weren't a test in week 1, but so that was at home, and then, you played the worst team in the league in Carolina. Now you're going to Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh are 2-0, and their offense is very challenged as well, as we know. Jalen Hurts runs for the first down. Well, that's going to help your rushing yard prop, Joe, because he just picked up about 25 yards.
That's good. I need 60, right? Hit 60. That's all I need. Come on,
What did I
Herz.
tell you, though? He'll only take off if he has to, and that was 4th down. You know what I mean? Oh, no, and there's a flag on the play. I spoke too soon.
Of course there is.
Are you kidding me? What's the flag
It's
on? I think it's
moving.
coming back. Come on. Yeah, it's coming back. Jalen Hurts is walking backwards.
Okay.
It's got to be a
Well, that
holding,
was,
obviously.
it was a
Yeah.
beautiful run if he would have had it. Wow. I'm just seeing it now.
No.
Not coming back?
I got to tell you, Philadelphia, yeah, I think he pointed at a wrong delay of game.
Oh.
I don't have the sound up, obviously. So did they get the first down, but then he got a penalty for spiking the ball after?
Oh, seriously?
Let's see. He goes down. He gets up. See, that's stupid.
That is stupid.
You know what? I'm not. It's Jalen should know better, but at the same point in time, who cares? Like, you know what I mean? It's an emotional game. He made a big play. He didn't throw the ball in the stands or anything.
No. Did you read his lips and what he said?
No, I couldn't
Maybe that's
tell.
what the flag was. It was let's, then the F, and then the go. So maybe that's why they put the flag on it. Right?
You know what, though?
I don't know.
You still get credit for your rush, though.
Okay.
Right? The rush counts. It's just there's a penalty after. But so 28 yards. He's up to 28 yards rushing right now. Now they're already in a second and long. Just ugly. It's just ugly. This is just an ugly game, ugly football. But all right, so the Chargers, they're 2-point underdogs against Pittsburgh.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup, right? You look at TJ Watt trying to get to Justin Herbert, and we saw Herbert get sacked out there by the Panthers. We saw him throw that interception as well. So I'm not sure the Steelers team's going to come at them hard, but Jim Harbaugh, what he's been able to do with this team, Gabe, I'm a believer after this past week in what we've seen out of them. I miss Justin Herbert throwing those big passes, but we saw a couple of bigger ones to Quentin Johnson. Quentin Johnson able to hold on to that ball, get 2 touchdowns. They look like they have a winning recipe right now.
This is a big test for Herbert. Pittsburgh's defense is the real deal. TJ Watt's one of the best players in the league. And let's see if he can go in here. Because put it this way, the 2 best players on the field in this game are Justin Herbert and TJ Watt, right? Like, there's no comparison at the quarterback position. Justin Fields is struggling. Let's just call it out for it. It's not like the Pittsburgh offense is moving the ball. Like, they're winning because they're playing bad teams and they're playing great defense. But we'll see. Like I said, this is kind of the first. Like I said, and Jalen's running around here, Joe. You got to like this. Wow,
yeah,
it's
I'm
the
loving
Jalen.
what I'm seeing.
Once again, though, because he has to on 3rd and 11 and no one's open. So he's taking off. But you're looking good here, Joe. He's up to like 39 yards now, I'd say.
Perfect. His original number was only 41.5, Gabe. So
he doesn't really run much anymore. But
No.
tonight, no one's open. So he's taking off.
No, yeah, the
You know what it
64
is, too?
was plus 220. So
I think he
fingers
got
crossed.
mad after the penalty. He's even more like just sort of fired up. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So he's up to, dear God, he's got 52 rushing yards, Joe.
So he's already gone over his original 41.5. The 50 plus was plus 140. The 60 plus was plus 220. And that's where I hit it.
Here's another
Come
flag
on.
on the play, though. Sorry.
No more flag.
There's always a flag. Illegal
Always.
man down the field. I could tell this one. Last one was confusing. This one, illegal man down the field, an eligible man. Okay, same thing. Lane Johnson. So yeah, Jalen Hurts though, just going off on the ground right now. 5 carries for 52 yards. Hard to believe, but here we are, Joe. We still haven't our first touchdown scorer of the game. I've got Saquon Barkley to score the first touchdown. So I don't know if you have anybody for first touchdown score, but I'd like to see Saquon get in the end zone here.
I didn't take anyone for first touchdown. I did take Dotson for an anytime touchdown. He was coming in at plus 330, but I love that look on Saquon Barkley for the first touchdown. You must have got great plus money on it. They should give it to him to run it in. It only makes sense.
I don't know why they're not. Like, they've stopped giving him the ball. Like, he was so successful early, but every play is not to him. They're running like a stupid script type thing, but just give the ball to Barkley, guys. I swear to God, Joe, like last time it was 3rd and 4, they didn't give it to him. 4th and 4, they didn't give it to him. Now here you go. You have 1st and goal. You don't give it to him. Why? Like he's your best player. And you don't have A.J. Brown. This is hurting them in the red zone, Joe. Like it's hurting them more than I thought. Falcons still have not given up a touchdown this year, guys. See, we'll see if the Eagles can break the ice here.
They've got to get one on this drive, right? This team is so strong offensively.
And
you're ahead of me.
Do. Touchdown, Philadelphia Eagles. Devontae Smith, 7-yard touchdown catch. Nice pass by Herz. I didn't really like the play call when it happened. It seemed like a difficult play to pull off, but it was a really nice throw and catch. It was like it had to be perfect, and it was. Like one of those bullets right in the middle of the back of the end zone type of deal. Nice footwork getting it in. Nice play by Devontae Smith there. Very nice throw from Jalen Herz.
That was beautiful, Gabe. I'm 20 seconds behind you, so I just saw it, but that was a fantastic one.
I didn't think it would work, Joe. When I saw it happening, I'm like, this is a hard play to pull off, guys. And, they did. So 7-3 right now. Let's see what happened with the number here and what the Philadelphia Eagles are right now. Triple coverage, too. There were 3 Falcons. Matthias is the Falcon fan. Have you seen this yet, Matthias? We're all on same different times here, but you had 3 Falcons right there, and none of them actually turned around to see that the ball was flying at them. That's pretty frustrating if you're Atlanta. You had 3 jerseys right in front of you.
Oh, Gabe, it's that's being a Falcon fan, Gabe. You know what I mean? Right there. Not making the play right there. It's so frustrating.
But you got they read it right. They're like, oh yeah, they're going to Smith here, and there's 3 of them. Not one of them put their hand up or anything. But so Jalen Herz with the touchdown pass right now. Devontae Smith has 3 catches and the touchdown. New number in this game right now is 5.5 minus 270. 5.5 minus 270. Joe Madden, it's always a pleasure, Joe. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me on. Sorry for the chaos.
Oh, it's par for the course.
Pharrell, coast to coast.
They never win, though.
Can't be saying that in
Vegas.
Vegas.
Did, son.
But somebody's going to swing at you over here.
I'm quick, though. I told you. I'm big, too. 240, son.
Not me.
Bobby, tell him what happens to these big 6'4", 240 guys. We go down. It takes a lot to get us down, son. I will truck you, Raleigh.
Man, you're going to put me on the spot. I'm going to have to swing at you.
Raleigh.
It's Pharrell, coast to coast with Scott Farrell. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific. On the home of the winning edge. The SportsGrid Radio Network.
Are you retired like me, and you just found out you owe the IRS a ton of money? Well, what would your life be like if they took your retirement savings away from you? They can do it, and your property. If you owe the IRS back taxes or you haven't filed in a while, the Tax Relief Line is here to help you. They can stop the IRS from taking your retirement savings. If you qualify, you could have your tax bill reduced to 0. That's right, if you're retired and you owe the IRS a lot in back taxes, you could have your entire tax bill reduced to 0 due. The IRS has now hired thousands of new employees, so they're ready to come after you. Don't let them take your retirement savings or property. Make this free call now.
800-590-4933. 800-590-4933. 800-590-4933. That's 800-590-4933.
The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. Studies show that in order for you to experience consistent winning, you need a plan,
a strategy,
something you can trust to give you the edge 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We make it simple for you. You're listening to the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Eagles are now 6.5. Total is 37.5. Playing to the light side once again. This is a big drive for the direction of this football game. 7-3 Eagles, 5:09 left in the second quarter in the first half here. Philadelphia get a quick stop. They're going to get pretty good field position. If they can get a 3 and out here, they get pretty good field position, Cam. And Cam Stewart rejoins us. And they'll have an opportunity to add some more points on here, potentially 14-3, 10-3. Or Atlanta could chew up the rest of the half, move the ball down the field, and it should be noted Atlanta get the ball to start the second half. 7-3 right now, 6.5, 37.5. Cam, how you feeling? How many points do you have with the Atlanta Falcons?
I got 6. So I should have maybe even bought a point to 7 just to make it there, but it's cost a lot of money. I did hit Devonta Smith first touchdown, Gabe. By only reason I took receivers tonight, he's on my fantasy team with Hertz and tried to double up. So that was nice.
Nice.
Didn't put a lot on it. Yeah, I only put $20 on it. I usually go a little bit harder, but this game's been perplexing. I had Drake London on Atlanta's side. Good start for Smith. He's got 3 catches, though, so hopefully he can get to his number at 5.5. But, Gabe, I think this game's going to open up a little bit. It looked like Philadelphia was moving the ball. Remember, they left points on the board, too, when they went for it. So we're at 10 right now. You said it. If they stop them here, Philadelphia gets the ball back with tons of time to put more points on the board.
I don't have a ton of confidence in Atlanta's offense, although they just came up with a big first down here. You know what? I like to hit the long field goal prop at the end of this half, at least. I'll take that at 7-6, but I got to tell you, it's 36.5 now, Cam. I'm losing hope here as far as the total of this game. It's just not happening. You can just sort of see the script here of teams settling for field goals. I mean, it was good Philadelphia was able to finish off that last drive, but we'll see if Atlanta can, right? I mean, all right, so Kirk Cousins completed a couple of passes, but nothing is really like a serious threat here. Here's a nice run from Robinson. So, yeah, you know what? They're only about 20 yards away from field goal range right now, actually.
And good kickers, Gabe, for your prop. Koo and Elliott, like, you know what I mean? So Koo's a guy that can hit a pretty good long kick
Koo a good
for you.
Kicker?
Yeah, I think he is. Yes, he is. I would consider him a good kicker. I'm not going to say he is.
I know.
Yeah, I'm not going to say he's the best, but, like, you know what I mean? He's no Harrison Butker, obviously.
Well, he's ranked in the top 10, though. He is a top 10 rank. Like, he's the top 7 kicker. I get it.
Yes. Like, where would you rank Elliott? Probably like around number 5, and Koo, I would think would be like around number 8, in my opinion.
I could be wrong, but maybe it's just in my head. But I feel like Koo has screwed me a few times.
Yes, he'll. Know what Koo will do? He'll miss an easy kick, and then he'll like nut something you don't think he'll hit. He's one of those guys, but he's definitely
Matthias
like
is the Falcons fan. You trust Koo, Matthias? Is he your guy? You trust him?
Who's our guy?
I gotta tell you, I don't trust Tyler Bass, my guy.
Oh, dude, who would you rather have, Koo or Bass? I'd rather have Koo, hands down. Like, I don't big time, but I'll just tell you, Gabe,
Koo's better than Bass, Cam, but I've never seen Koo. Koo's never really had to make a kick under pressure before on the Falcons.
Yeah, easy conditions too.
There's
in their building.
Yeah, whatever, dude. It's one thing to make a kick if your team is 8-8 or 7-9 or whatever, and you're just like whatever. It's just another game. As a Bills fan, how many big kicks has
Bass missed? Big ones too. When you needed him,
not a ton, but enough to like. Mm-hmm. He missed a kick in the playoff game against the Chiefs last year. That would have sent the game to overtime. He missed an extra point once in a playoff game, I think, that set us back once against Kansas City. But he hasn't been terrible. The problem is Bass, when he came, Bass used to be kind of like one of the best. Mm-hmm. It was like, wow, this guy Bass is really good. Like, he can drill 54-yarders in bad weather, no problem. I don't know. Like, the last couple of years, he's just been, he might make it, he might not make it type of deal. So there's a penalty. What's the deal here?
I don't know.
I think it's defensive.
Holding?
Yeah, he grabbed him, but I also don't know because Cousins got hit in the face.
He did.
So, like, did they call? I'm not sure what they called here. We'll know in a second. Obviously, with the sound down, it's always tough, but there's 2 penalties on the play. They could just pick which one. So now they got the ball. Looks like they got away with this. They did. God, these NFL refs miss a lot, man.
They sure
I swear
do.
to God, the NFL will call like the stupidest holding penalty. The refs will call some like little thing that had nothing to do with the play. It's way on the other side or whatnot. And like last night's a good example. In the Houston game, Buddy on the Texans punched a guy on the Browns in the face with his helmet on, albeit. But he punched Al-Shahir, punched the guy in the face, and then he pushed an offensive lineman, and the refs somehow don't see it. And now here, too, all they do is cry about protecting the quarterback. Cousins seriously just got hit right in the face. Buddy came in and swatted him right in the face, got away with it. They called the holding penalty, though, the defensive holding. So Cousins is completing a few passes here as we go to the 2-minute warning, and now here's another flag. Are you kidding me? Did Buddy on the Falcons just talk smack McLeod because he caught a ball and he just did
You got to be kidding. Ray McLeod? This is what we are? You're no Jamar Chase. Chase went nuts yesterday, too. I thought him and Burrow were going to, throw down. I'm like, dude, you guys are on the same team. Yeah, that's Ray McLeod, Gabe. What a joke.
He punched him. And now he acts surprised. I only saw him taunt him. He actually punched the guy.
He did. Bad left. That was stupid. He's done. If they caught this, he's done. You can't do that. He might be out of the game. We'll see.
I was just talking about the stupidity of somebody's. He only got a personal foul. He doesn't get kicked out. It's amazing. The stupidity of these players. It's like, bro, you're losing 7-3. You guys have scored. How many touchdowns have you scored this year? One? I think you scored one touchdown all year. Your team. You make one play, and you get up. And all I saw him, I sort of saw him get up and start talking smack, but he actually threw a punch at the guy.
Horrible punch.
Nobody ever said that Clemson was a higher.
We're blaming Dabo and Clemson.
I blame Clemson. That's very much school.
Your home for the winning edge, but you can call it the unfair advantage. But don't take our word for it.
Just ask a winner.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1993, Dave Winfield becomes the 19th player to get 3,000 hits. Big Dave was a gifted athlete, as he was drafted by the NBA's Atlanta Hawks and Minnesota Vikings. Winfield was a 7-time Gold Glover and belted 465 home runs in his Hall of Fame career.
Drive hit deep to left field, way back, forget it, it's a home run for Dave Winfield.
For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
Money line.
The New Orleans Saints putting forward a performance that if we did an AP poll in the NFL would probably beg the question, how are they not number one in the country? 15 drives for Derek Carr, 15 scoring possessions for the New Orleans Saints. The early returns are the Saints are the best team in football.
Catch Money Line with Donnie Rightside and Kevin Walsh. Weekdays, 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific on the SportsGrid Radio Network. SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and SiriusXM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. Get sports gaming strategies and information 24 hours a day.
7 days a week.
Everything you need to get the winning edge right here. No wonder the wife says you need to spend more time with the kids. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Under 2 minutes remaining and counting right now. $1.40 to be exact. It's been a strange first half. Hasn't been the best football game. Let's just be real. It's been a couple of strange plays and penalties. So Ray McLeod catches a ball, and he punches. I didn't realize it was Gardner Johnson, which now I kind of understand why he punched him, to be honest. Gardner Johnson is the kingpin. He's like the best player in the NFL, actually, of instigating things. And he pulled his mouth guard. So he went for his mouthpiece. And that's why, guys, Gardner Johnson's been on a couple of teams, if you'll notice, over the years. He was on the Saints, and they really missed him. The problem with Gardner Johnson, he doesn't turn it off during the week with his own teammates. Like, if you recall with New Orleans, he got into a couple of fights with guys, like with wide receivers. Like, he talks smack to his teammates, Cam, in practice.
What's he going to do to the
just
enemy?
like he will, like, during a game. Like, you can't, like, you bitch, you can't
crazy.
score him. Like, he talks to everyone. He's on all the time. So, he's not popular in rooms, but he's good. He's really good. And you just saw, he's like a hockey player. He's like that guy. He's like a Brad Marchand type guy.
Great call.
He's really good at he's really good at saying something to you. You're like, what? Like, he says crazy things to players. So now I get it. Who knows what he said to Ray McLeod there too? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but still,
you know he said something. But yeah, you got to be a pro and know this guy's going to try to mouth off to me, right?
Exactly. Marchand. He's not licking your face, but he's doing everything but. This guy, you're right. Gardner Johnson's an animal. Like, he's very good. He's a taunter, an agitator, and he does it well. But he is a very good football player. Hey, Gabe, if Atlanta turns this into 7 here, still teaser numbers, eh? Think about it. That'll be some points here. It's not the end of the world. Maybe it opens up in the second half. A touchdown would be interesting. 10-7. The 39s are in play.
Trash talk works, too. Remember who was the guy? It was Norman. I think that was the guy, the old days on the Panthers. He used to get into it all the time with Odell, with OBJ on the Giants. And word got out in the NFL, basically. And Odell was really good. He was young and stuff, but he was a stud still. But word got out in the NFL among DBs. Say crazy things to him. Like, you'll rattle him for real.
And he went to Washington and played the Giants. Remember, Gabe? And they went at it all the time. They hate those guys. Yeah, it was nuts.
But you remember, like, Odell, like, punched something. Like, he punched the net on the sideline, and it bounced and it hit him and stuff.
Yes.
Like, like he got so mad. He
got tied up in the kicking net.
Like, and it came back and smacked him. Like that's what I'm talking about. That was during a game against, like, the Panthers. He was rattled. Right? Like, I'm talking like over the top stuff that we can't even say on the air here. Kind of like the Italian guy to Zidane in the World Cup.
Mm-hmm.
Zidane famously got kicked out. Matthias, a soccer fan, would remember. And basically the player on Italy told him, your sister slept with everybody in the Italian Serie A league.
Nice guy.
And he didn't say it in those nice words.
No.
But imagine, Cam, in the middle of a soccer game, you're just standing there and some buddy starts talking about your sister to you. Zidane headbutted him and got kicked out of the game.
You're right. If you're in a bad headspace, you might just... That's right. Headbutt, bam, you're gone. But that's the whole thing.
Mastriani was known for running his mouth and being good at upsetting you. That was his bit, and it worked.
It did.
You got to tune it out. Or, like, after the game, you punch him in the face in the tunnel after.
Yeah,
like,
meet him out,
boom. Like, you know what I mean?
Like, hey, buddy, you want to meet in the parking lot after the game? You got to let it slide during the game, but I'm with you. You just gotta be better than that. And that's some guys use the head games, and you know, it shouldn't work against a pro, but some guys are just emotional, right? So, John Robinson,
work with hockey players. Hockey players are used to it. You can you get called like really mean names. You're like, yeah,
you're
whatever.
Right. Guys probably said stuff to you over your life.
Nobody ever slashes somebody over something said. They'll like hit you for it, but like they'll fight, but no one, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, whatever, dude. Like, they can tune out. There's a lot of smackdown, but football, people don't realize it. I think the modern guys are big snowflakes, though.
Mm-hmm.
I think they think it's too mean to do. Like Lawrence Taylor, guys, Lawrence Taylor used to study up on every player, every offensive lineman. And he'd know, like, your mother's name, your wife's name, your sister's name. He'd read about, like, stories about you when you were a kid and stuff, like anything he could get. And also, he also used to send hookers to the opposing team at like 4 a.m, 5 a.m. on a Saturday night. And I actually asked him about it. And he wouldn't name names. And I said, so how many, you know what I mean, would say? And he goes, some guys would thank me during the game. He goes, hey, thanks for the guest last night. And he goes, some guys would reject it. He goes, not all of them did it. And he goes, some of them did. Like, it was pretty funny. Yeah.
Amazing. That's great.
And now, for your listening pleasure, we give you SportsGrid summed up in one single symbolic sound effect. Get it? This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Purdue University physicists have opened the world's first quantum disco with the world's tiniest disco ball. And by tiny, I mean a disco ball 1/100th the width of a human hair, made of glowing fluorescent nanodiamonds levitating inside a pure vacuum, spinning 1.2 billion times per minute. The point? Not to improve your platform shoe disco finger, but to simulate what happens to qubits inside a quantum computer. Computing power that could be 150 billion times faster than yesterday's supercomputer. And that's a lot cooler than John Travolta doing the funky chicken. Follow me at Capalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Do you use the expensive blue or yellow pills to charge your sex life? Are you thinking about it? What if we can promise you the same results for less than $3 a pill? If you're paying $20 a pill for the other pills, you're getting taken to the cleaners. Our pills deliver the exact same results for less than $3. You'll save more than $16 a pill for the same results. And right now, radio callers will get 44 blue or yellow pills for $120 with free discreet shipping. You can save more than $700 off pharmacy prices. Charge your sex life now and save a ton of money. Call now and get your 44 pills and save over $700 and qualify for free shipping. Stop overpaying and call right now.
Paid for by Steel Man Pills. 800-823-3851. 800-823-3851. 800-823-3851. That's 800-823-3851.
At SportsGrid, we don't have time to hype.
We take trust seriously.
If our information wasn't rock solid, they wouldn't let us do it anymore. That would be bad. We've got car payments to make.
You can trust us.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
There were a lot of F-bombs going on during that break. A lot of frustration. The Falcons this game is upsetting people.
It's horrible.
I don't know why we're
surprised. It's been a bad football game. Just call it out for what it is. This game's not very good. Like, it needs to pick up.
I wasn't expecting much from the Atlanta offense. I'm disappointed that Philadelphia only have a freaking touchdown.
Atlanta's left a lot of points on the field, too. Like, both of those field goals. See how deep they were? Robinson got it inside the 5. And then you're seeing these guys, like, just Cousins putting balls up in the stand. Like, it's just, you said it, Gabe. The windows are closing. Like, once they get inside the 10-yard line, it's like they got nothing. Like, it's really hard to score points. And it's the year of the field goal kicker. Like, last night between Santos and Fairbairn, those guys were nutting like 56-yarders, like big, low, like bam, 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 bam. It was just like, it's field goal time. It's kicker. Like, these kickers are, it's what this, as the NFL story has been, kickers and long field goals so far this year.
For the most part, I'm a long field goal better. Last night was a good one. I wish I had the alternate, which they don't offer, because there was like 5 field goals made from over 46.5 last night. You're right. It was a kicking clinic. So one thing Atlanta did a nice job of was not leaving any time for Philadelphia to work with. There's 6 seconds left. So what can they do in 6 seconds here? And Atlanta do get the ball to start the second half. So they're right back, you know, I mean, they're in this thing. The new point spread right now is 3.5. The total is 36.5. So we would need 24 more points, Cam, to get to the over 36.5 here. For entertainment perspective and for entertainment's sake, I'd say, you know what? I hope there's 24 points in the second half, but I don't think there is. Look at this. Like, they can't score. It's just bad football. And both defenses are playing well, and no one's open. Like, if you look, actually, like, we can blame the quarterbacks, like, or Kirk Cousins. A lot of times, bro, when he drops back, there ain't no white jerseys open. He has nowhere to throw the ball to.
It's a good point. I'm looking at the score. We got 13 points, but look at this. Bijan Robinson's 10 for 72. He's averaging 7.2, Gabe. Algier, 5 for 33, 6.6. Look at on the Philadelphia side. Hertz is averaging 8.5. Barkley, 4.6. Like the running games are both teams are effective, yet we have 13 points in this game because the red zone, that's where they're stalling. They can't put up sixes, and all they do is put up threes.
And Philadelphia stupidly went for it earlier. Just take the damn three.
You're right.
That would have been another 3 points. You'd be leading right now, at least 10.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be up 10. Right?
Yep.
But no, we got to go for it. We got to go for it. But
points are important. They treat these points like it's nothing. As I mentioned in the Detroit game, it come back and haunt you, and Tampa Bay wins outright. Like, you're right. Like, it could happen early, it can happen late. Like, just don't say, oh, it's a long football game and we're going to get them. Sometimes, no, you're always chasing it. And then you're going to need a touchdown instead of a field goal to win the game. Like, you said it, like wasted plays and possessions, and just, it's ridiculous.
I don't know why they had to do Raheem Morris like that. They just interviewed him and then they put the graphic up. He's 9-28 in his career when trailing at the half.
Oh, is that what they thanks for the interview, coach. That's great.
Like the guy stops to talk to you. Like, you got to bring this up? 7-6. Like, you're throwing him under the bus. It's the second game of the year with this team.
You're right. Like, there's nothing, but he has no positive statistics.
No, it just seemed like kind of a shady thing to do, personally. Like, I'm like, really? You can put that graphic up after or during your halftime show. You want to put it up, but as you're interviewing him, he's 9-28 when trailing at the half. It's like, way to make him look good. Like, the guy's got a wife and kids watching at home.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what about the Morris family watching at home? They're just raging on the ESPN graphics guy. We'll get you.
Oh, I would be. If I was Morris, I would ban them. I'd pull a Dion after it. I don't like what you guys did to me with the Chiron.
Yeah.
I'm not doing any more interviews
Cam
with
Stewart,
you.
0-12 ATS, betting Panthers. Yeah, it's like, thanks. I know.
Yeah, they buried him. Exactly. They put the graphic up. Like,
what do you think about my phone?
Like, fired as head coach before Buccaneers. Like, you know what I mean?
Exactly. Fourth coaching job, fired.
Yeah.
You're right.
Thought it was kind of sleazy, but the Eagles are 9-3 in their last 12 primetime games, so they're up 7-6 right now. I don't know. I said this earlier today. To be honest, Cam, and you brought it up before, we all know, you don't see a lot of point spreads that are 5. And whenever it's 5, the odds, it's a weird number. Like, how many, and even football games, they don't land on 5 guys.
No.
It's not a common score. Oh, they won by 5. You know what I mean? We know there's 4, there's 3s. I get it, you know what I mean, with the 2s and stuff, but 4 and 3. So when you get 5, and supposedly there's 3 points for home field, so they're saying, all right, Philadelphia are only 2 points better. I kind of thought, anytime it's 5, Cam, I always get the feeling, and the same thing in the NBA with basketball, or college. Anytime it's 5, it seems to land on 5. You know what I mean? So it's, like they call it a crooked number. It's just one of those weird deals where Philadelphia, bro, they're going to win by 4. They're going to win by 5 or 6 type thing. It's going to be right around that number, man.
Wasn't Wazoo 4.5? Like, it was 5? It was 5. Like, 4.5. Weird. 5. Yeah, 4.5, 5.
5. And look, Washington could have won the game, but they weren't going to cover late, right? They had the ball on the goal line. They would have scored, but they wouldn't have covered. They were down 24-19. Mm-hmm. So they would have won the game. Yeah, it almost seems like 5 is kind of a dog number more than not, but I get the feeling Atlanta will find a way to screw this up.
I think so, too. I don't know if they're going to cover the spread. I guess if you had both teams to the under and a teaser, like if I had Atlanta at 12.5, I'd feel pretty good. If I had Philly still, plus 1.5, if you're doing a 7, I think both, it's probably a middle job right now. You talk about points. It's amazing how well these teams are, as I mentioned, rushing the ball. Like, very good averages, but they're leaving points on the board that we talk about. Like, Philadelphia really screwed this half up, and Atlanta should have way more than 6. They've been inside the 10 a few times, come away with field goals. It's a very bad football, bad execution in the red zone.
I personally think, though, I think the Atlanta Falcons, I think Cousins started to look a little better as the game went on. They started to complete a couple of passes, but let's look at his numbers right now. Still only averaging 5.8 yards per attempt here, but all right, he's 7-13, 75 yards. Jalen Hurts isn't much better, 9-13 for 70 yards. Jalen Hurts has thrown that touchdown pass, but a stat check right now for the prop players. So Bijan Robinson, 10 carries, 72 yards, averaging 7.2 yards a clip. His long rush has been 15, but Atlanta have not scored a touchdown in this game yet. So Robinson, 10 carries, 72 yards. Algier, 5 carries, 33 yards. Ray McLeod, 1 carry for 3 yards. Kirk Cousins, 2 carries, 1 yard. Cousins averaging 0.5 yards a rush.
And don't take his rushing over even like 1.5 under for Kirk Cousins.
Right.
Gabe,
he's run the ball twice and he's got 1 yard.
For 1 yard, exactly.
He's not very athletic.
Classic Kirk. He's got a wooden leg. You know what the funny thing is? Barkley's got 8 carries for 37 yards. It feels like he got all those carries on the first couple drives. They haven't really gone back to him.
No,
Tell me.
Which is just ridiculously stupid.
Sirianni's I don't think he's a very good coach. I'm with you on
Kellen
this one.
Moore.
Kellen
Kellen Moore's calling the plays. So
Mhm.
Kellen Moore's calling the plays, but Sirianni's the one that decides whether to go for it on 4th down or not. So
Yes.
Sirianni just could have sent the field goal unit out, right? Kellen Moore's a
Mhm.
conservative guy too. So I guarantee that's why I said at the time, I'm sure Moore was thinking, man, if it was me, I'd just take the 3 here, but all right. And the play didn't work on 4th down. They just weren't in a flow. So as far as Atlanta receiving is concerned, Ray McLeod, two catches, 30 yards, because we all predicted that McLeod would be the leading receiver for Atlanta. Drake London, 2 catches, 25 yards. Algier, 1 catch, 12 yards. Robinson, 1 catch, 70 yards. And the most frustrating player in the NFL probably right now for fantasy players, prop players, I got him over 3.5 catches. Kyle Pitts, 1 catch, 1 yard.
Gabe, I'm thinking about dropping him in my fantasy league. I'm in 3 leagues, and I'm thinking about actually. No, he doesn't. He had 1 touchdown in the first game. He actually has their touchdown that they've scored this year, but
Cousins
still
even looks for him. Like,
No,
I don't
he
know if he's
doesn't.
not getting open or he can't throw
What's
it to
the
him,
deal?
but he's not a part of the offense.
We'll talk to Mateus, Frank Falcon. This is his team. I got to be honest with you. I could pick somebody up on the waiver wire that's better than Pitts. Like
At this point, like just pitch him the ball. Give him a damn reverse. Like, get the ball in his hand somehow. Like, he's a non-factor, and he's an athletic guy.
You're right.
You know, either
can
that
argue.
or I'd like to watch the isolation, though. Maybe he's just not getting open as well. Just because he was a stud college player doesn't mean he's going to be a stud in the NFL.
For the record, we love sports gaming. Always have.
That's why we never dated in high school.
Enhance your life.
Get the winning edge.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid.
The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1993, Dave Winfield becomes the 19th player to get 3,000 hits. Big Dave was a gifted athlete as he was drafted by the NBA's Atlanta Hawks and Minnesota Vikings. Winfield was a 7-time Gold Glover and belted 465 home runs in his Hall of Fame career.
Drive hit deep to left field, way back, forget it. It's a home run for Dave Winfield.
For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and SiriusXM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. You're listening to where real winners go for actionable insights and expert perspectives on daily sporting events.
7 days a week.
It's not a secret or anything.
I mean, we have a promotion budget for Pete's sake.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
All right, let's roll. Second half coming up in a couple of minutes of a 7-6 football game. Kind of an uneventful football game. Let's call it out for what it is. Let's check in with a couple of props here, though. So Jalen Herz is at 70 passing yards. Kirk Cousins is at 75 passing yards. Not exactly a quarterback clinic going on here in this game. So updated passing player props here. So Kirk Cousins is currently 195.5, which would normally be like almost an automatic. Anytime you get like such a low number. Jalen Herz, 175.5. I've never really seen numbers. These are like bad college teams numbers here. Like Jalen Herz, 175.5 passing yards only. He's at 70 now. So they're basically saying, can he pass for 106 yards? I mean, Cam, a lot of quarterbacks can do that in the fourth quarter if they're down. Like I've hit that like Goff and Stafford, 80 yards.
This is like the Charlotte 49ers in college game. It's like, can they score?
Yeah, it's like the Army quarterback. Exactly. Can he get to 200? I don't know. Like, you know what I mean?
It's been bad.
Kirk Cousins, 195.5. I'm not really in love with that. Robinson is 109.5 rushing yards. He's at 72 in the first half. I personally think Philadelphia will bottle him up a little bit better now in the second. Algier is 44.5. Jalen Herz, 69.5. Barkley, 68.5.
Too low.
Cam, that's the play. Jalen Herz.
Agreed.
I talked about him not really running earlier, but this is a close game. The receivers aren't getting open. It's clear that A.J. Brown's absence is a problem for them as well. It's just one less guy that they have to throw the football to here. And he's a big target, A.J. Brown, in the red zone. You can just sort of throw it up to him on a one-on-one situation. So I kind of think Hertz. We've already seen Hertz is willing to take off tonight, and he hasn't had a choice but to take off. We're not at, like, look, Saquon Barkley, guys, is only at 37 rushing yards right now. The prop is 69.5. If Atlanta score again, it's going to take Barkley and the rushing attack out of the game. No, I don't think it is too low. I wouldn't bet the over at 69.5. I think as the game goes on, they've already taken Barkley out of the game stupidly enough as it is. They haven't given it to him that much. Like I said, Atlanta score here, Cam. Say Atlanta score a touchdown. Philadelphia's down 13-7. Barkley's going to get not taken out of the game on the bench, but they'll dump it off to him, little passes. But, you know what I mean? They're not going to run the ball as much, I don't think, in the second here. Same thing with Robinson. I would think both these running back props go under, but I like Jalen Hertz over
I agree.
Rushing yards, because all he's got to do is get like another 20 yards or so, 19 yards here. So my play will be Jalen Hertz over rushing yards, and he's at 51 right now.
I think it's a great bet because even if the game's close or whatever, it doesn't really matter. Say Atlanta scores, he's got to bust like a 3rd and 6. Say there's coverage there, he's going to bust it up for a run. You said it. He's kind of getting out there. He looks pretty fluid after his first couple runs. It's almost funny. He's like a diesel engine. You look at him, Gabe, early, and he's kind of like trotting around, and then he's like a thoroughbred that's more of a closer. He gets better as the game gets on. He gets looser, and he had a couple nice runs. You saw him, too, taking on tackles on that one big run where he almost came in and scored a touchdown. So I do love that play. I think out of them all, that makes a lot of sense because, he has to move the ball, move the sticks, and he'll run if he has to.
Well, at some point, I think, and we saw it last week, actually, against the Green Bay Packers, and we've seen it with Josh Allen this year. At some point, some of these star quarterbacks have to show why they're star quarterbacks, and they got to win the game for the team, especially you don't have A.J. Brown. The running game isn't working so well suddenly. It's up to Jalen Hertz. It's got to, you know what I mean? You got to find a way to make plays, Jalen, and his leg is such a big part of it. So they've got a close game here. I mean, I got them in a money line parlay. I got a -4 as well. We'll see how this plays out. Big time drive here. Like I said, Atlanta score. This game could open up potentially, Cam, but we'll see what happens on this drive. 7-6, and the number coming in here to start the second half for people just joining us right now is 34.5, and the Philadelphia Eagles are -3.5. And the money line just went from 190 to 170 to 185 in like a 1.2 second span. So it just settled in at 185 right now on the money line.
34.5, 24, 21, 34. It seems, okay, there's 13 points now, but
they still want 22 points. If it dropped to 21, If it was where I needed 21 points for the second half, I would bite. But you notice now it's 13, so you need 22 points, Cam, to get to 35. That's 4 scores, right? 4 scores. That extra 22. 21 is the key number we want here, right? If it goes to 33.5, I'll bite. But I already have it. Like I said, I've got like an over 44. I got teasers. So I want Philadelphia to win, but I wouldn't mind if this opened up a little bit.
Me too. I don't think the teaser's dead yet at 39. Like it could get there if things open up, but yeah, wow, it's a good start for Atlanta right now, Gabe. That's nice little couple plays. Yep. Yeah, Robinson catches the ball, Robinson runs the ball. So for all you Bijan Robinson players out there, that's a great start to the drive. Fantastic stuff. He looks great.
Robinson's already gone over his rushing yard prop. So people have cashed. He cashed. So he cashes that. This guy's a stud, man. 11 rushes for 91 yards. He's got 2 catches for 14 yards right now. Robinson does. And they give it to him again, and he gets another big chunk. But we've seen this script before, guys. The Eagles did the same thing with Saquon Barkley. They did it with Robinson, Cam. Once they get into the red zone, they get away from the run game. And they start trying to throw the ball into tight spaces, and it doesn't work.
You're right. And a lot of the time, you talked about like that wasted play. Like, you know what I mean? When they run it again for like no yards, you're thinking maybe get a little bit more creative. But yeah, it's a good start to the drive. As you said, Kyle Pitts, 1 target, 1 catch, 1 yard, triple ones. Wow. They got
to get him involved. He's just too good. He's just too good not to get the ball into
this could
his
be
hand.
huge. This could be huge.
But Robinson's racking up some stats right now out of the backfield. This is what you want to see from him. He just bailed out Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins was under pressure. Kirk just dumped it off, and a little dump off turned into about a 20-yard gain for Bijan Robinson. The Falcons are on the move. 12 minutes and counting in the third quarter. So we're going to a commercial break, which means there's a long TD pass coming. There's going to be a touchdown, and we'll be back in 2 minutes.
You may not believe it, but it's possible to win too much. Quick, what's your youngest kid's name? See? You're safe. Keep it here. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Purdue University physicists have opened the world's first quantum disco with the world's tiniest disco ball. And by tiny, I mean a disco ball 1/100th the width of a human hair, made of glowing fluorescent nanodiamonds levitating inside a pure vacuum, spinning 1.2 billion times per minute. The point? Not to improve your platform shoe disco finger, but to simulate what happens to qubits inside a quantum computer. Computing power that could be 150 billion times faster than yesterday's supercomputer. And that's a lot cooler than John Travolta doing the funky chicken. Follow me at Capalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
How would you like to get high-speed internet for your home for less than $2 a day? That's right. For about $50 a month, you'll get lightning-fast internet. Are you paying less than $50 a month right now for your internet? Then call Whole Home Connect right now for blazing fast internet at $50 a month with no price increases, no hidden fees, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees. It's a great deal. And guess what? You can try it for 15 days. If you don't like it, you get your money back. But you're gonna love it, and you're gonna love the price. Internet for your home for $50 a month. That's less than $2 a day. Plus, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees, and our 15-day guarantee. Call now. 800-797-1292. 800-797-1292. 800-797-1292. That's 800-797-1292.
Think of it like this. You can either CYA
or you can CYO.
As in, cover your eyes. Because if you don't CYO, you're going to have to CYA with a wife. Giving you the info you need to CYO. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
It's the young Hal show.
Ooh, 9. Eagles 7.
I don't know. It's easy. Listen, it's easy for us to sit here and be the armchair play caller, but so they're running the ball successfully. You get into a 3rd and 4 situation. If you're going to throw it, make sure you dump it off quickly. So what do? They have Kirk Cousins drop back to pass, and the thing just imploded quickly.
He got murdered.
Right? Like, and listen, you can't really blame him. It is what it is. It blew up, but you know what I mean? The play call and the designs are just bad. They should have just ran the ball again.
Agreed.
It's 3rd and 4. You're running the ball. They should have ran the ball 2 times in a row. Say, listen, we're giving it to Bijan Robinson. He doesn't get it. We'll just run it again. He'll get a couple of yards, and we'll just pound it in. They ran the ball all the way down the field. They get into a 3rd and 4. They panic. They pass. They lose yards. Should have just kept running the ball. They could have. They'd be in the end zone right now if they just played smash mouth and ran the ball 2 more times and another time. They'd be in the end zone right now.
You're so right, Morency. And think that this is not a small sample size. We have 12 carries for 96 yards. He's averaging 8 yards a carry, and Algiers 8 for 51, averaging 6.5. So what are you telling me then? It's obviously the running game is
let
working.
Him run people over.
Yeah,
he's just running people over.
I agree with you.
Philadelphia's defense will worn out. And if you're Philadelphia's defense, the one thing you want them to do is drop back for Kirk Cousins.
Exactly.
Right? You're like, you know what? This is if they drop back, we're going to be able to nail them. And they did. Smoked them right away. So, like, they're playing into the Eagles' hands there. Just run the ball. Keep on running it.
Agreed.
They only get 3.
This team's unreal. Like, we talk about the Falcons with the weapons that they have, the points they leave out there, and great call. But I agree, Morency. If we're on the coaching staff, you have a couple of yards, 2 yards of carry, we get the first down, 2 cracks at it. And right now, Philadelphia was getting carved up like a hot knife through butter. So I don't really understand it. Kirk Cousins not fleet of foot. He was basically back there. Yeah, he had no chance on that play. He was dead before it even started.
I asked Kyle Turley this, and Turley was an offensive lineman, and a good one, but he was an offensive lineman. And I asked him, what's it like, when you're in the huddle and you're on the goal line and they call like a pass play or some stupid play is not going to work? And he goes, yeah, it's super frustrating, but it's not our job. He goes, our job is, you know what I mean? But I asked him, I said, why do they do these things? And he said, because the coordinators make a lot of money. He goes, these guys make a lot of money. They think they're the smartest guy in the room. And people are going to look at them if they just run the ball on every play. Like, what are we paying you for? So they all got to get cute and creative and stuff instead of just sort of going like Army or Michigan style and just saying, you know what? We're going to run the ball 22 times in a row. If you can't stop it, we'll keep doing it. But, like, that's kind of like the nature of football, Cam, in sports. If the other team can't stop something, why do you stop doing it? Like, they just showed they cannot stop the run, the Eagles. The Falcons are running the ball down their throat, pushing them off the line of scrimmage. The O-line was winning the battle. The running backs, Algier and Robinson, were running people over. So let's make Kirk Cousins throw the ball. It just doesn't make any sense.
Also, running so great.
They want to get cute.
You're right. As the game progresses, you just beat them down and beat them down and beat them down. Like, you start to see the defense with their hands on the hips and stuff. So you're getting away from all the things that are working. It doesn't make much sense to me. I can't believe both backs are averaging 8 and 6.5, and you're going to pass. No, that's not cool.
And now Saquon starts off with a big chunk here. So I'm glad I didn't get in on the rush yard prop. You got Jalen Herz. Let's get Jalen Herz to run for 20 at some point here. But the Atlanta Falcons are winning the game right now, 9-7. And I tell you what, depending on your number, guys, so they're up by 2, right? They score the touchdown, depending on, like, where you're getting 5, 5.5, 14-9. Put it this way, Cam. Philadelphia scores 14-9. Most Atlanta bettors are covering. It was 5, 5.5, right? 6 even, and it came down. Mm-hmm. So Atlanta's in not a bad spot here right now. Philadelphia's going to need to respond, man. Their offense has done nothing besides early in the football game. They look smooth early, and they've hit a wall since.
I got to be honest with you. Watching the Eagles, even the first couple weeks, their defense got shredded by Green Bay. Green Bay left points on the board. We remember that game, Gabe, from Brazil. We were doing that game, and we're like, whoa, what's going on here? And we said that would come back and haunt Green Bay. They were better in the second half. Barkley was a monster in that game, but you saw early, like, their defense can get carved up a little bit. Their defensive line is, like, good at getting to the quarterback, but you can run on this team.
Surprisingly, normally you can't. And normally you could throw on the Philadelphia Eagles, but Atlanta do have a good rushing attack, and down goes Hertz. Their defense is balling. This is just a defensive battle, man. 9, 7, 8 minutes left in the third.
You're so right. This teaser's it's dead too. Like,
There's no hope.
No chance. No. Just wave it goodbye.
Like, I'm thinking like 16 points wins this game. You know what I mean?
I see the Falcons cover now.
Someone like 13. This might be 14-9 final score.
Brutal.
I had a weird feeling about this game that it wouldn't be great.
Look, we're not saying the other sports gaming stations aren't strong, but we're pretty sure they all have lace on their underwear.
Don't screw around.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. The early line.
Mike Norvell's owed $65 million. He's the biggest winner. Florida State's not going to be able to pay him out. So whether or not they go 2-10, he's still going to be your football coach at this point. One of the more embarrassing institutions over the past 6 months, it's Florida State. Yep. There is absolutely zero culture in that locker room, and it starts with their head coach, who's a straight-up loser.
It's the early line with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific on the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Purdue University physicists have opened the world's first quantum disco with the world's tiniest disco ball. And by tiny, I mean a disco ball 1/100th the width of a human hair, made of glowing fluorescent nanodiamonds levitating inside a pure vacuum, spinning 1.2 billion times per minute. The point? Not to improve your platform shoe disco finger, but to simulate what happens to qubits inside a quantum computer. Computing power that could be 150 billion times faster than yesterday's supercomputer. And that's a lot cooler than John Travolta doing the funky chicken. Follow me at Chica Palvo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
The sharpest football contest show in the land, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show, focuses on Circa Sports Million, Circa Survivor, and the Westgate Super Contest, handicapping the games and releasing our contest picks every week of the season. With 2 former Super Contest winners, Brady Cannon and James Salinas, a former NFL.
These days, it's hard to find something you can invest in. Crypto? That's not where we're going with this, Sporto. The most valuable commodity is information. That's where we come in. We're your trusted source for gaming, odds, and more. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Scumbags! Rage! Sports Rage with Gabe Morency. Rage all you want.
Got great hands, this guy. Jalen Hurts found him rolling out in the pocket. So they're inside the 10-yard line right now. And it should be Saquon Barkley type. It just gave it to Saquon on the first down. But really nice play by Smith, getting open. And just, the catch that he made here. There was, once again, there were 2 Falcons right there. But he just sort of found a little crease. He's not the biggest dude, but what do they call him? The Slim Reaper. He's great at just sort of, yeah, he is. It's a Slim Reaper. He just sort of slides. He knows how to find these little open pockets on the field.
The Slim Reaper. I love that. That's a great nickname.
The Eagles ran this play to, they ran this play before on the drive in the red zone. And it also didn't work. Like, that's like, to me, another wasted play, Cam. So what good was that? Like, what were you getting out of that?
For 1 yard?
Yeah, let's give it to the white guy, and maybe he'll be the fastest one here.
The possession receiver on the
here's for what? Okay. So,
scratch.
Everything that you thought you were going to get, you got out of that. He caught it, and he got tackled 3 yards later. You weren't going to score on that play. So it's a wasted play. They wasted the second down last time, too. So now let's see if he can throw another bullet into the end zone. You're asking him to do a lot. No. Should have been caught. That's on. I don't know. I thought Devontae could have had it.
Smith,
the ball seemed to be there on time. Let's see. Here's the replay. Yeah, he should have had it. He got his hands on it and he sort of bobbled it and then he got hit. But look, boom. Yeah. It should have been. You know what? I'm going to give credit, actually, Cam. And we always call the negative. That was a nice play.
No, he punched the ball right out. That's a great play by the DB. Slim Reaper couldn't hold on because he punched it. Great play. Nice play by the Atlanta DB. Elliott time.
Kellen Moore.
Wow.
I got to tell you, I think Philadelphia fans, they're running a fake field goal. You got to be kidding me is right.
No, what's going on here?
Now they're chickening out and they're going, no.
Yeah.
What the hell are you doing, Sirianni? So are you telling me, hold on. Did you guys, you got a flag on the play. I was going to say, you're going to waste the timeout now? What the hell is this, Cam? This is a pro football team. What are you doing?
That was the worst fake ever. Like, Atlanta's laughing, going, okay, thanks. We know you're not running a play. Wow.
So you go for it. You punt from the 47 or 48 earlier when I said you probably should have went for it. Then you went for the field goal. You went for it instead of kicking a field goal. Now you line up for a field goal and you screw around. Did they think Atlanta was going to jump? Watch him miss the field goal now, Cam. He better make it.
I hope so. Wow. So how many points? So Koo and Elliott have accounted for like 12 points, 13 points with the extra point in this game. We have 19 points, kickers 13, touchdown 1.
Yeah, wow. You know what? You can bet that prop too at all sports books. Kicker points. You got to start betting kicker points over.
Great call, Gabe. I've been thinking about that
field
too
goal
last night.
This league. Everybody kicks 5 field goals.
I made a note of it last night while I was watching the Houston game. I'm like, kicking props to exactly what you said. Like, I wrote it down on my stupid piece of paper so I would remember. You're right. Guys, it's a kicking league. Guys hit deep kicks. Like, kickers are good. Like, we watched it. That was a brilliant performance by that. Like, Fairbairn, I was like, wow, man, this guy's nutting kicks. And they were like 56, whatever, like beautiful stuff. So we have a lot of quality kickers. We talk about Aubrey with the Cowboys. He's really good. Butker's the best for clutch kicks, and these guys are wicked. Like, the kicking's been very solid so far.
You guys want to be tortured too. We're going to be back with you Thursday night. New England Patriots at New York Jets.
That's going to bring my pillow.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe it'll be the opposite, where that'll be the game that turns into a track meet.
You're right, Gabe.
Because it's just a bizarro world thing. Because everybody will bet the under. They'll be like, there's not going to be any points in this game. It's like, even yesterday, Seattle and New England, there were a lot more points than I thought. They got to 43.
Yep. It's true. I was watching the game, Gabe, and everyone's like, it's the first play. They're like, wow, these two defensive coaches with New England and Seattle, and did we expect the points? It's like, I got to tell you, that Metcalf touchdown, too, where Seattle didn't call a timeout and went for it, like hitting them in stride. New England played good. I got to give them credit. Like, Seattle could have buried them early in that game, and in the second half, they were really, really strong. You know what? You're onto something. I am going to take the over in the game. Do the opposite.
It's 37.5 Thursday night football. My early lean is with the New England Patriots plus the 6 points in this game. Listen, the Patriots defense is very good, right? Like, their defense isn't, I'm not going to say it's a top 2 or 3 defense, but it's a top 10 defense. Like, their defense can keep them in games, and I don't think people really realize just how bad the situation was there. Listen, Mac Jones, I was never a big Mac Jones fan. But so you got Mac Jones, your quarterback. You had Matt Patricia for one of these years calling plays. The guy's a defensive guy. Yet Belichick, I mean, with all due respect, he's great on the McAfee show. He's very entertaining. But as we saw, Belichick's like tuned out, hanging out with 24-year-old girls and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, you could tell like the last year was just, and Patriot players will tell you that it was kind of a nightmare and it was bad. Like, the coaching staff, Belichick's a legend and stuff, but the last couple of years there were pretty dark and we saw it wasn't going anywhere. So there's enthusiasm with Mayo now. Jacoby Brissett is a manageable quarterback. Polk is a really good wide receiver. The rookie out of Washington caught a touchdown pass yesterday. I like this kid, Polk. Hunter Hurst Henry had a great game yesterday. They're competitive. Look, they lost by 3 to Seattle. They beat Cincinnati.
I agree,
now,
Gabe.
listen, tough. We'll find out, though. This is a short week. But
the Jets haven't been that good, Gabe. They Will Levis gave them that game, and they got murdered by the Niners. It's not like, if you look at the game, I'm like, okay, like, I think the Patriots can hang with them. You give Brissett time. And great call by you on Polk. People don't know at Washington, he's a great ball catcher, too. He's, like, very, very elusive. Like, they have some weapons there. I like the Patriots.
People know on Dunze, but Polk was really good with the Washington Huskies. It was a Dunze and Polk, like, as the weapons. So, yeah, he's a stud. One thing, though, as you mentioned, listen, I'm not whatever, they won the game, so were they great? No, but it's the scheduling spot. Even though it's a home game for the Jets, guys, it's a really bad scheduling spot for them. As Cam mentioned, think, guys, they just played last Monday night in San Francisco. So San Francisco back to the East Coast, like the longest flight in the NFL, essentially, from San Francisco back to New York. So a nice 5-hour plus flight, overnight deal, pain in the ass. All right, then you got a short week. You got to go to Nashville, Tennessee. Now you got a short week. And yeah, you're playing at home, but the Patriots just played at home, Cam, and Boston to New York is nothing. So this isn't much of a road trip for the Patriots. So I don't, you know what I mean? It's a weird, it's not the best scheduling spot for the Jets, but the Jets do have talent. They are good. I think the 6 points is just a little too high, as we see in these games. There's not a lot of separation with these teams in the NFL.
I think the Jets will figure it out as the season progresses. But if you look at the first two games too, like they were not impressive against Tennessee. Tennessee just killed themselves as they did in the Chicago game. Like they got a real Will Levis problem and just turning over the ball. Like that game, like I was watching, I'm going, what is this team doing? Like the Jets still haven't been great. Breece Hall has. He's amazing, but really Aaron Rodgers hasn't got his footing yet. It might take a few more weeks.
So 10-9 right now, 3 minutes left in the third quarter of play. Every time Kirk Cousins drops back to pass, it's not really his fault, but he's under duress. Like the Eagles are blowing up all the passing right now. It's like Atlanta can run the ball, but they're trying to pass it and they can't. So Kirk Cousins, man, these numbers are just ugly right now. Kirk Cousins is up to 104 passing yards, actually. He's 10 of 17 for 104 passing yards right now. Drake London's up to 34 yards. You know what? I've got that. What was that same game parlay I played? Oh, it was Kyle Pitts, and Kyle Pitts has got 1 yard.
Pitts is a ghost. One yard, one catch, one target. Great.
Imagine, Cam, if we would have told you, Kyle Pitts' receiving yard prop tonight is 2 yards. You'd be like, okay, $5,000. Like, no, I got 1 yard. One catch, 1 yard.
I'm broke.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-365-6303. 800-365-6303. 800-365-6303. That's 800-365-6303.
SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and Sirius XM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. Pharrell Coast to Coast.
They never win, though.
Can't be saying that in
I just
Vegas.
did, son.
But somebody's going to swing at you over here.
I'm quick, though. I told you. I'm big, too. 240, son.
Not me.
Bobby, tell him what happens to these big 6'4", 240 guys. We go down. It takes a lot to get us down, son. I will truck you, Raleigh.
Man, you're going to put me on the spot. I'm going to have to swing at you.
Raleigh!
It's Pharrell Coast to Coast with Scott Farrell. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific. On the home of the winning edge, the SportsGrid Radio Network. The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. Get sports gaming strategies and information 24 hours a day,
7 days a week.
Everything you need to get the winning edge.
Right here.
All the time.
No wonder the wife says you never listen to her.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Well, we told you we go to a commercial break and there's a touchdown. There's finally a touchdown. Darnell Mooney. Finally a big play, the most entertaining play of the game. There's been a couple of nice runs. What a 42. All right, let's roll. 15-10 right now. Atlanta getting ready to kick the football off. Our guy Mick Ossie's ready to step up, and then we apologize for any mini glitches and little mini situations that we've had this evening. We're doing our best on the fly here. So this football game right now, as far as the total, it's opening up a little bit. Now the total suddenly is 38 and a half. So we got a 38 and a half. That's into that teaser mode right now, right? So we're getting close. If Philadelphia can respond here with a quick touchdown, then we could, I think the over players to the teaser players will have a puncher's chance here. But with that being stated, Philadelphia are going to have to score. There's a $1.21 left in the third right now. And Atlanta have all but covered the point spread right now, right? They're up by 5. They're getting 5.5. So they've all but covered the point spread right now. It's a good time for Jalen Hertz, though, to have to start taking off a little bit, and they're going to have to open up the offense. And here he is. We bet the Jalen Hertz rushing prop to the over in the second half. He was at 51. We bet over 69.5. He just took off on first down. Didn't pick up that much, but doesn't hurt. Oh, he only got 2. I thought he got a little bit more than 2 yards. So 15-10. So I'm getting distracted here by Mick Ossie's and the green screen here. What is he doing?
I have no idea what Mick Ossie's doing. We're getting his earlobe.
I think that's Mick's way of probably telling us he can't hear us. I think he's got audio issues, but it's actually freaking me out. Like it's hard not to be distracted by this. It's like actually disturbing. Like why can't anything ever be easy, man? Like seriously, like You know what I mean? All I do is I sit down in front of a microphone and, like, we've got serious sort of issues. Like, we're dodging bullets, logging in, we're logging out into this and that. And like I said, we have a new system, quote, new system that we're running here. And at some point here with this, like, you got to, like, let them go. It's actually like it's beyond. I don't know what the hell Mick is doing. Mick's like adjusting his camera, but it's like so close to his face that it's hard not to look. It's like a bad, I'm trying to block him right now somehow. I just told Matthias, you got to let him go. Thank you. God. It'd be nice not to have, like, these adventures. You figure after 22 years, I wouldn't have to, like, you know, we wouldn't deal with these things, but no. No, evidently. Every year, every football season is sort of like it's like a rebirth, right? New systems, new people, new this, new that. And I'm the one that has to sit here and deal with it. But as I stated, our apologies. Hey, there, look, there's Jason Kelce. I haven't seen him on TV very much. It's nice that he got some airtime. Like, really? Has anybody been forced down our throat as much as, like, Jason Kelce has? I actually think he's a cool dude and he's all right and stuff, but, like, all right, you got $100 million for a podcast. You're on every this, every that. Is he like, you know what I mean? He won one Super Bowl, right? Like, these Kelce's, give them credit. They have great agents and stuff, but at some point, their agent should be a little bit worried about, like, overkill and overexposure, because at some point it's like, yeah, dude, you know what? We don't need to see you getting drunk in the parking lot. We don't need to see you before the game, during the game, after the game, and, like, every part of everything. Hey, look, Jason Kelce's here. Like I said, at some point, like, you know, you should sort of say, hey, are people going to start getting annoyed that I'm on every damn, you know, broadcast, like, 24/7? I got to tell you, I'm getting a little annoyed. I'm getting annoyed by the Philadelphia Eagles as well. All right, we should be coming up to a break here. We'll get Mick up and going on the other side. I think Mick's experiment is nearly complete. Like I said, I was going to tell Matthias to put up Mick's ear on the screen, but it would have disturbed people. Like, we would have gotten complaints and stuff, even though this is only on the internet right now. Yeah, we probably should have done it. I was thinking, yeah, we were on mainstream TV, and I didn't want to get, like, government complaints. What is that disturbing image that I was exposed to? Mick Ossie's ear and his earlobe.
Money line.
Did you see what the Yankees did when they were down 3-2 in that game in extra innings? They bunted the runner over to third base. Do that every time. I promise you, you will win so many more extra inning games if you just bunt the guy over to third base instead of trying to get a base hit to drive that guy in. Just wanted to have that food for thought there.
Catch Moneyline with Donnie Rightside and Kevin Walsh. Weekdays, 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific on the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1993, Dave Winfield becomes the 19th player to get 3,000 hits. Big Dave was a gifted athlete as he was drafted by the NBA's Atlanta Hawks and Minnesota Vikings. Winfield was a 7-time Gold Glover and belted 465 home runs in his Hall of Fame career.
Drive hit deep to left field, way back, forget it, it's a home run for Dave Winfield.
For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
Getting the winning edge is dead simple. There's no fees, forms, pre-enrollment tests, classes, dress codes, or background checks.
All you gotta do is listen.
And you're already doing that. Stay simple. Get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. Pharrell, Coast to Coast.
They never win, though.
Can't be saying that
I
in Vegas.
did, son.
But somebody's going to swing at you over here.
I'm quick, though. I told you. I'm big, too. 240, son.
Not me.
Mafia, tell him what happens to these big 6'4", 240 guys. We go down. It takes a lot to get us down, son. I will truck you, Raleigh.
Man, you're going to put me on the spot. I'm going to have to swing at you.
Raleigh!
It's Pharrell, Coast to Coast with Scott Pharrell. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific. On the home of the winning edge, the SportsGrid Radio Network. You want to be an expert on sports gaming and take the winning edge with you?
There's an app for that.
Download the SportsGrid mobile app for gaming strategies and information wherever you go. Aren't you sick of Candy Crush yet? This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Third and 6 for the Eagles right now at midfield. The way Sirianni coaches, you know this is like 2-down territory for them. They're down 15-10 right now. The in-game total is 36.5. The game is still basically a pick-em right now. This is a big play for the Philadelphia Eagles, but as I stated, I imagine they'll go for it if they don't convert it, and they come up a yard short. So it's a big 4th and 1 coming up, and I imagine this is where we'll see our first edition of the brotherly shove that's seemingly unstoppable. All right, so as we stated, we've been rolling along here tonight, working through a few glitches, but it looks like we're in store for an entertaining fourth quarter of football here on the way out. And Mick Aussie's ready to go right now. Mick Aussie in the house. Here's the brotherly shove coming up. Good to see you, Mick. How you doing tonight?
Yeah, I'm good. Got the TV going so I can watch the game as well. No volume, of course, but yeah, watching the game and all good, mate. Yep. Crazy day yesterday, though. That was retarded, mate.
All good, considering. I noticed if the Broncos would be winning, you'd probably be wearing a Bronco jersey, Mick. But where's the Bronco jerseys? Have you given up on this team?
Oh, mate, they are a disgrace. They don't deserve my time. I do not adjust my day to watch them anymore. I used to for 25 years. I would never miss a snap. Not anymore, mate. They're gone. They're so upset me. I'm going to have my second team as the Houston Texans, I think. I like their quarterback, C.J. Stroud. And why not? I'll go for the Texans. We follow them more than the Broncos. But Broncos are always my team. You can never dump your team, right?
Well, no, you can't jump on the Houston Texans bandwagon now. You got to live with the Broncos' crappiness. It just is.
I know.
It's part of going with sports. But like I said, Sean, they blamed Russell Wilson for everything last year, and now Russell Wilson's not there, and Sean Payton has sort of the new built-in excuse. Well, I have a rookie quarterback. It's like, yeah, you have a rookie quarterback that's like 28 years old. You know, I know he's like 25 or whatever, but he's an older rookie, so there's not. That's the thing with Bo Nix. It's not like he's going to get a lot better than he already is. He'll get more experience. He's got to figure things out, obviously. But you know, it was almost like Sean Payton planned it. I'll throw Wilson under the bus so I get a free year. Now I'll have a rookie quarterback for another year or two. I'll throw him under the bus and blame him after. But the Walmart, that's Walmart money. They got a lot of money. We'll see if they get impatient. He's got a 5-year deal. We'll see if they get impatient, like after 2-3 years here. But because he's only in year 2 now.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's arrogance. It's too much control. It's absolute rubbish. But what Bo Nix have? 20 or 35, 2 interceptions, 2 sacks. Javonte Williams didn't do much. Like, we're just going backwards, mate. Rebuilding, and he's got the power, and we're just going to be terrible all year. But maybe Bo Nix comes good. I hope so. But, yeah, getting beaten by the dirty, rotten Steelers hurts even more, especially when we're paying for that arrogant guy, Russell Wilson. That annoys me so much.
Well, bad decisions. Like I said, Carolina, and I believe let's check in with Jalen Herz. Jalen Herz is now at 69, guys. So we got over 69.5. If you're with us at the half, that was my halftime play. Jalen Herz over rushing yards, over 69.5. He was at 51 at the half. He's at 69 right now. Saquon Barkley just got to 72. 14 carries, 72 yards. Jalen Herz, 9 carries, 69 yards for Hertz. They're 2nd and 1 right now, guys, and they can get a first down and make it end goal here. So here's Jalen Herz for another couple of yards. going to be first and goal coming up for the first and 10, just outside the 10 for the Philadelphia Eagles. This game's opening up a little bit here, Mick. Wasn't the best game in the first half, actually. It was just a field goal fest and a lot of bad plays.
Well, I'm not a fan of the Eagles. I do like Jalen Herz. I like his story with a battler. He transferred colleges, as we know. His dad's a coach. He's a real good guy, I reckon, and a battler, works hard. Then you got the Aussie O-lineman, Mayor Taylor, or however you say it. But, not an Eagles fan at all. And they're the worst fans in America. They're turncoats, mate. They are terrible, those Philly fans.
Here's Mick Aussie throwing some shade at the Philly fan. Saquon Barkley gets the ball. He just ran to like the 2-yard line, but there's a flag on the play. And I'm assuming it's on Philadelphia for holding. It looks like it's coming back. And it is coming back. Man, Philadelphia, they're running out of like time to make mistakes. There's under 9 minutes left in this football game. A field goal isn't going to help them. They're still going to be losing the game. They can't be going backwards, and they're going backwards right now. That was a stupid play. And an unnecessary block as well. All right, more with Mick on the other side. And, hey, it's a break, so
think about it. We give you sports gaming strategies and information at your fingertips whenever you want it. Is this a great country or what? This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
For anyone who's worried about back taxes, has not filed tax returns, and doesn't know what to do next, stop and listen. Not filing your taxes can have severe consequences, especially in this political climate. Now that COVID is over, the IRS is getting aggressive, massively increasing enforcement and collection efforts. With politicians making all sorts of promises, especially when it comes to taxes, hiding and not dealing with your taxes will cause you harsh legal and financial ramifications. But right now, the IRS offers forgiveness and writes off a massive amount of tax debt. The Tax Doctor offers a free service that helps people get out of IRS collections and back in good standing with the government. Don't hide or bury your head in the sand. Take advantage of our free service. Call now to learn more. 800-816-4492. 800-816-4492. 800-816-4492. That's 800-816-4492.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Purdue University physicists have opened the world's first quantum disco with the world's tiniest disco ball. And by tiny, I mean a disco ball 1/100th the width of a human hair, made of glowing fluorescent nanodiamonds levitating inside a pure vacuum, spinning 1.2 billion times per minute. The point? Not to improve your platform shoe disco finger, but to simulate what happens to qubits inside a quantum computer. Computing power that could be 150 billion times faster than yesterday's supercomputer. And that's a lot cooler than John Travolta doing the funky chicken. Follow me at Capalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
You want to be an expert on sports gaming and take the winning edge with you?
There's an app for that.
Download the SportsGrid mobile app for gaming strategies and information wherever you go.
Aren't you sick of Candy Crush yet?
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
I told you guys, it really is insane. Every time we go to a commercial break, there's a touchdown. Or was there? It looked like Saquon Barkley got into the end zone. Jalen Herz threw him the ball, and he sort of dove in. He fell backwards kind of into the end zone, but I don't think it's a touchdown, and it's not a touchdown. They said it's not. They initially said touchdown, but you know what? To me, it looked like a touchdown. I could see his knee go down, right? But to me, it looked like the ball crossed the line at the same time. So now they're doing the brotherly shove here. They're going to push Hertz into the end zone, and Hertz is into the end zone for the touchdown. So Saquon Barkley touchdown scores. I got to tell you what, the sports books just made like $1 trillion tonight. Everybody, the most popular bet was Saquon Barkley to score a touchdown. And it was like minus 170. It closed at minus 175. It got stupid and insane. And I was like, you know what? I'll just take him to score 2 touchdowns because at least it's plus money. I can't. Wow. So he scores the touchdown. It gets taken off the board. And Jalen Herz ends up scoring the touchdown on the brotherly shove. So now they're up 16-15. And obviously they're going to go for 2. They kick the extra point. They're up 17-15. What does that help them? Right? I mean, they still lose with a field goal here. They can get up by 3 points by making this 2-point conversion. And the 2-point conversion is super close. I don't think he got in. And I think he fumbled after. Saquon Barkley just sort of flew through the air. Barkley thinks he scored. Like Barkley's saying, like, review it. It's a scoring play, so the league has to review it, I believe, on this. Let's see. Barkley goes up over the middle. I don't think he got there. Mick, are you seeing this? He didn't get there. Look, he ran into his own guy. Oh, but then after, when he was going down, I think he got it in when he went down. Look, he wasn't down. Look at that. He's going down, Mick. Look at that. Yeah, look. So, guys, like like, you know what I mean? He went old school. He flew through the air like Marcus Allen style, but not quite. And he ran. He hit his own offensive lineman at the goal line, and it was like, no, he's short. But when he was falling down, he stuck his arm out like over the line. Good job. So we got an 18. There's Jason Kelce. Like I said, more airtime for Kelce, Mick. The guy's never on TV. Are you tired of the Kelces yet? Both of them?
Oh, mate, I listened to their podcast a little bit last year, but nah, not anymore. Yeah, I'm sick of them, absolutely. But good on Travis, eh? If he marries her, they'll be extra loaded, but wonder if she'll have a prenup, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's rich, but yeah, not her type of rich. There's a difference. Yeah. I think she's a billionaire. I think she just recently became an actual billionaire.
Wow.
She could buy it. She could buy an NFL team.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? She's got money to buy an NFL. All right, so this kind of opens up the door now, guys, right, for potentially craziness here. You know, we got an 18-15 game. A field goal would tie the football game. The total right now is 39.5. So that's the in-game total right now. 30. So I'll tell you what, the computer here is expecting more points. They're almost expecting Atlanta to kick a field goal here and tie this game up, if not more. Mick, how do you think the rest of this game is going to play out? It's you think Atlanta will kick a field goal or score a touchdown or not score? What do you think happens here?
Oh, I went for the Eagles for fairly high points on a confidence level, but after yesterday, how can you have confidence in anything? Nah, Atlanta's struggling, eh? Kirk Cousins, overrated. I don't hate him, but he's terrible in prime time, as we know. I think Eagles will probably just play it out, run the ball a lot, and probably win by 10 or so.
Yeah, I don't know. Winning by 10, that's pretty ambitious with only 7 minutes left. 18-15 right now. Things have opened up in the second here, though. They scored 12 points in the third quarter, and we've scored 8 in the fourth here. So we've had 20 points. And remember, I talked about that key number, 21. We'll see if it potentially gets here. Jalen Hurts' rushing yard prop hit, though. So that was a nice halftime pick. He's at 84 yards right now. 12 carries, 84 yards. So, Mick, your Denver Broncos go on the road this week. 0-2 football team. Now you go on the road once again. You go to Florida, Tampa Bay, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, another 2-0 football team, hosting. How you feel about this game? Do you think the Broncos can cover the point spread at 6.5?
No. I think Baker Mayfield is a star. I've always liked him. He's a little bit arrogant and thought he was pretty good early on, but, mate, you got to hand it to him. He didn't have much of a contract for a while. He's come back. They nearly beat him last year in Detroit, and I was very tempted to go for the win for them yesterday. Absolutely took them on the plus, but I wasn't game to pick them on the win, but I had low points on the line. So well done to the Bucks. I like their team. Now they'll probably destroy our Broncos. But looking at the screen now, I'm Cam Stewart apparently. So that's interesting. I'm the Prime Minister.
It's one of those nights. One of those nights tonight. It is what it is. So, Mick, the Edmonton Elks, big game. Every game's a big game for this team from here on out. Who would have thought that the season would matter at this point of the year for the Elks? The Elks are 3.5-point home underdogs to the Winnipeg Blue Bombers on Saturday night, Mick. What do you think about this football game? Bombers have been red hot.
I think the Elks can win. I'll tell you why. You might agree, because the star, our boy, Trey Ford, is starting. And with our running game going very well, we've got 3 great running backs right now. We got good receivers, Lewis and so forth. We got 5 receivers, all with 500 yards or more at this stage of the year. So we're looking good. I think with Trey Ford, if he stays fit, we'll be able to move that ball and absolutely confuse the Bombers' defense. Bombers are coming good. We know that. But it's really interesting. Bombers are 7 wins, 6 losses. Elks are 5-8. So we are right back in it, and I really hope we win. Crucial back-to-back, though, against the Bombers. Got to win one of them.
Yeah, I love this Saturday CFL slate that they have going on. Atlanta got aggressive. So they threw the ball deep. It was incomplete. You know what? I respect the fact that at least they were that aggressive, but it didn't work. The Falcons are 1 for 7 tonight on 3rd down. They've got a big 3rd and 9 coming up. We got a timeout coming up as well. So we got a big 3rd and 9 coming up here for the Atlanta Falcons. And who's the timeout on? The ref just slowed everything down. I don't know who took that. Look, I can't tell who took the timeout. You know what? It might be a TV timeout, and they actually didn't go to the break yet. There it is. So it's just a TV timeout. Okay, Mick, before we get you out of here, we got about 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes here. Sydney and Port Adelaide. Sydney Swans are minus 19.5-point favorites, minus 300 on the money line. And the Geelong Cats are minus 4.5-point favorites over Brisbane, minus 134 on the money line. What do you think about these?
Oh, very interesting. Port Adelaide smashed the Swans a few weeks ago. Take the power on the plus, but I'm going to stick with the Swans to get it done at home. Power had a big win over the Hawks just though, but they come back. They were murdered the week before by the Cats. And the Lions are 4.5-point underdog to the Geelong Cats in Melbourne. Tough one to pick. I think the Lions might get that one done, actually. The Brisbane Lions, they were runners-up last year. Couple of injuries. Cats are up and down. Cats could win it. Take the Brisbane Lions, I think. We've got to wait for the injury report later in the week, right?
Thanks, Mick. Enjoy the rest of the game.
Thanks a lot, guys. See you later.
Relentless. We'll never stop giving you sports gaming strategies and information whenever you want it.
We're kind of nutty about it, actually.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid.
The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1993, Dave Winfield becomes the 19th player to get 3,000 hits. Big Dave was a gifted athlete, as he was drafted by the NBA's Atlanta Hawks and Minnesota Vikings. Winfield was a 7-time Gold Glover and belted 465 home runs in his Hall of Fame career.
Drive hit deep to left field, way back, forget it, it's a home run for Dave Winfield.
For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and Sirius XM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Moneyline at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. You've got enough going on in your life without having to drown in stats, averages, probabilities, and injury reports.
That's our job.
Your job is to just sit there and listen. Get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Man, it's amazing how bad some of these teams are in short yardage situations. I am Gabriel Morency, Sirius XM Channel 159, SportsGrid Radio Networks. Thanks to Mick Aussie for joining us. We're going to have our boy Mo Khan step up and in level 4 tonight. We're with you for 4 hours from 8 till midnight. Mondays and Thursdays here. We're on 6 nights a week, but Mondays and Thursdays moving forward. We're here for every Monday Night Football and Thursday Night Football on Sirius XM Channel 159 and the SportsGrid On Demand YouTube channel, which we do have a chat up for as well. So 2 times, though, tonight we went to a commercial break, and there's been touchdowns. It's craziness all the time. And so Atlanta goes for it, third down, nice pass. They're a yard short. They're 4th and 1. They have to go for it. They run the ball up the middle. They get stuffed. Gardner Johnson's helmet came flying off. They threw a flag on the play because you can't take your helmet off, except he actually didn't take it off. It actually got knocked off. It just sort of fell off on its own. So the referees rightfully, and good job by the refs to pick up the flag and realize, even though it's Gardner Johnson, that no, he didn't rip his helmet off. He didn't rip his own helmet off. His helmet just fell off during the play. And now Philadelphia actually have the ball with 5.5 or so here, Cam, in a position, they kick a field goal and suddenly they're covering that number.
Yeah.
Right, just like that. Because of the 2-point conversion they got, they're up by 3. They kick another field goal, they're up by 6, and they cover the spread.
You're right. Depends where you got that line, too. It's interesting how you shop, right? 5.5 at close.
If you bought it early, it was 6 earlier in the week. And it came
exactly.
Down.
Yes, it did.
Because A.J. Brown. That's when A.J. Brown's injury was announced. It came down.
Yep. I got to tell you, too, Atlanta went for it on that other 4th down play, which was kind of, it was actually a really risky play, and it worked out. And then you said it. That play was so uncreative, just ran right into the Philadelphia line. They were waiting for them. And before, you brought up a good point, too. Don't throw short of the sticks on 3rd down. But that's what they did. And now Philadelphia could score points here. They got a touchdown game. This teaser might cover on both sides.
Yeah, we're getting into that territory right now where the teaser could cover with a big play, and here's Saquon Barkley with a big rush. But there's a flag on the play. Late flag on the play. Barkley just popped one for like 12 yards, but it's definitely coming back. So just like that, they kind of take themselves out of field goal. Man, these teams with the flags, man, and they just kill themselves. That's frustrating for Philadelphia backers, such as myself. This is a difference, too, where it didn't matter. I got it down to 4. I like the price, Cam, at minus 128. It was a pretty good price, minus 4 points, minus 128. But it doesn't matter. I need the field goal anyway. So if it would have been 5.5, it wouldn't have mattered. They're up by 3 right now. But that's frustrating because Barkley just took it from like the 40 to the 28. Boom. You're in field goal range with Elliott suddenly, for sure. Penalty on the play. They go back 7 yards. Now you got a 1st and 17 from the 45. Philadelphia, though, Cam, they're going to want 3 points. They don't want to give the ball back to Atlanta only up 3. They're going to want at least a field goal out of this. So
I would think even a touchdown, because the thing is 6 points, they open up the door for an Atlanta touchdown win by 1. So, you still have to be aggressive. There's still time left in this game. Atlanta's got 3 timeouts. Philadelphia's got 3 timeouts. Right. We got the 2-minute warning. Like, there's no need to play it.
You're not up. There's not 50 seconds left. There's still 5 minutes left. You're right.
Exactly.
They're getting a little bit conservative here. Hey, we have the game. You're only up by 3 points, guys.
Gabe, there's 5 minutes left with 3 timeouts and a 2 minutes warning. Like, this is not just the CFL. There's an eternity in the NFL. So I don't like the conservative nature, because even if with 3, Atlanta can get the ball and march the field. It's not like it's panic time for them yet, but that penalty really hurt. And, wow, you said it all of a sudden. And here's another thing you bring up, Morency, like 5.5, who wants that number? I don't mind. Like, I always get in arguments with people buying points. I like 4 at that price. Who cares? Sometimes you got to pay juice.
Well, these numbers are sharp. 5, 6. We saw it last night. It was 6. It landed on 6. Saw it with the Buffalo Bills when they laid 6.5 to the Cardinals. They won by 6. Right? There's a lot of those numbers. They land on the number. Speaking of which, the Bills were 6-point favorites, 6.5-point favorites against the Jags. That's come down to 5.5 right now. You got a desperate Jags team who are 0-2. So they just got a big chunk back on the second down. They're sort of back. It's still a long field goal right now. It's a big play here on 3rd and 2.
They can hit the field goal. You never
know what Sirianni will do, though, on 4th down, Cam, if he doesn't get it.
I would kick a field goal, but you never know. Going up 6 is key, but here we go.
Barkley gets the first down.
Huge. Now the clock is kind of an issue here as Philadelphia wants to grind it out. Atlanta has to start to think what the strategy is, because a couple more first downs, they could be in big trouble here.
And Saquon Barkley receiving prop was a popular pick tonight, but he's gone over the number easily. His reception prop tonight was 2.5, and Devontae Smith at 7. He's gone over his 5.5 as well.
Yeah, I'd be over with him.
I'd like to hit a long field goal on the way out here, but now that they got this first down, it's not going to happen. You're right. They're going to have to start using the timeouts. I wasn't just for entertainment's perspective and standpoint, I was down with 18-18, plus for the teasers. I was like, they get to 18-18, and plus it keeps all the player props going through, like potentially more plays, more overtime, one play here, one play there. But a lot of the props are coming in. Good job by you. You hit Devontae Smith with a first touchdown. Devontae Smith, I had him over 5.5 receptions, 7 catches, 76 yards. Barkley over 2 catches, 2.5 catches. He's got 4 catches. Kyle Pitts, though, I got over 3.5 receptions for Pitts. He's only got 2 catches, man. They just don't throw him the ball.
They don't.
Oh, here's another big play from Barkley. Oh, boy. We're getting to the point now where they might be able to kill the freaking clock.
That's it.
And it might end 18-15. And we're also getting to the point where they might pop one into the end zone. Like, I don't even know what's going to happen here. Listen, the way it sets up right now, I can tell you what is going to happen here. The Philadelphia Eagles get another first down, the game's over. Like they have, so the way it's set up, it sort of lands perfectly for Atlanta in a way. They didn't use their timeouts, Cam. So you got the 2-minute warning right now. So they got 3 timeouts. That's like the 3 downs. Stop the clock, stop the clock, stop the clock. Philadelphia milks the clock, kicks the field goal. Or Philadelphia gets the first down, and it's game, set, match, and Atlanta covers. The cover is up in the air here. The drama.
Now you've done it. You found the advantage for gaming, odds, and more. But we call it the winning edge for short. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Know someone with a drinking or drug problem? Learn how to get sober after we share these stories.
I was 35 with 2 beautiful children when my life and addiction started to spiral out of control. After my divorce, I went into a depression cycle and started drinking more often and using prescription drugs. After my second DWI and arrest, my ex-husband threatened to take our children away from me.
I was 17 when I became addicted to heroin and meth. I thought I could quit on my own, but I couldn't. It hit me when I was arrested.
Get sober now. Your private insurance may cover costs and we'll get you here. It's simple. Just call Elite Rehab Placement right now. Please, don't wait. Your life matters to us.
800-959-6348. 800-959-6348. 800-959-6348. Call right now before it's too late. That's 800-959-6348.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Purdue University physicists have opened the world's first quantum disco with the world's tiniest disco ball. And by tiny, I mean a disco ball 1/100th the width of a human hair, made of glowing fluorescent nanodiamonds levitating inside a pure vacuum, spinning 1.2 billion times per minute. The point? Not to improve your platform shoe disco finger, but to simulate what happens to qubits inside a quantum computer. Computing power that could be 150 billion times faster than yesterday's supercomputer. And that's a lot cooler than John Travolta doing the funky chicken. Follow me at Capalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
You found it.
Sports gaming strategies and information 24 hours a day,
7 days a week.
The Winning Edge. Right here, right now, all the time.
All you can eat.
Some have even used the word incessant. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
All right, there's some strangeness going on in this football game in that it was supposed to be first down. And we said, all right, it works out perfectly for them. You got a first down, and they got 3 timeouts left. We came back, and they made it 3rd and 1. All right, so they made it 3rd and 1. So it totally screws Atlanta up here. But it's good if you have Atlanta for the point spread. It's one of these deals. Because now that's another 40 seconds off the clock.
That's a neutral zone infraction too, Gabe. So think about this, right?
Yeah, Atlanta's... but Philadelphia. No, but that was smart what they did.
Yeah.
Atlanta was like, screw this. We want to get it back on a first down. So let's take the penalty. But Philadelphia smartly just declined it and said, no, we don't care. And they left it 3rd and 1, and they ran it again 3rd and 1 because Philadelphia knew what Atlanta was doing. I've seen that before in college, where the team realized, you know what, just jump offside here. And it's better if we're on first down. I was on the air talking about it, but Philadelphia smartly said, no, we'll go again on 3rd and 1, and now they get it. This is a real screw job, though, for Eagle guys. For all of us that laid the 4, laid the 5 with the Eagles, if it was first down before, they would have been forced to kick a field goal. Mm-hmm. Now they still might, but now we're real tight here. If they pick up a first down, it's done. Atlanta covered a spread. And if you're on Philadelphia, you need Atlanta. This is the twisted part of gambling. If you're on the Philadelphia Eagles, you want Atlanta to freaking stuff them here. Fast. Stuff them and make them kick the field goal.
I have a feeling it's going to, if they stuff them, they still got 2 times or whatever. They'll kick a field goal with just late in the game. That's the most realistic possibility, I think, Gabe, out of them all. Think about it, right? Stuff.
Now it's 2nd down. They take another field. Yeah, but you could burn 40 seconds. So they just take another timeout here. This is their last timeout. So after that, that's essentially 1 minute and 20 that the Eagles can burn off. So yeah, Kev, there's a 30-second differential if Atlanta gets the stops here. Philadelphia will be forced to kick a field goal if Atlanta get the stop. If Barkley pops one for 6 yards here and doesn't score a touchdown, the game's over. Like I said, the point spread for all of us right now, if you're on Atlanta or if you're on Philadelphia, this thing is undecided.
I'm just glad, Morency, I don't have 5.5. And we talk about dead numbers. You want the 6. Even you got the 4, 5.5, 6. So that's the thing, right? Philly kicks that field goal 6. You got 6, it's a push. You buy a 1.5 at 7, you're paying crazy juice, but you're going to win. These things happen with these limp numbers. But hey, man, if they stop them, yeah, they're going to kick the field goal. There'll be about 28 seconds left in the game. So everything's alive right now.
I would prefer, ideally, if they would just score a damn touchdown, pop one. So, break loose and just score the touchdown, and the teaser would hit for people out there as well. But man, this makes you think too about Thursday night. Like you said, You see these games, man, laying points in the National Football League. Been really, really treacherous this week. One underdog after another. Tampa was that was a bad number, Tampa getting 7.5.
That was.
I said it on Friday, too. I said, I think this number should be 3. Like 4, whatever. It should be the same number it was against the Rams. Like, Tampa are good. They get no respect. That was a bad number. The Raiders was a big surprise for people, beating the Ravens. They were getting like 9.5 at one point in the week. It came down to 8.5, though.
How's your survivors going with all those big favorites? Think about it. Like Detroit, big favorite. Baltimore, big favorite. Houston was a good pick. They're alive. Like Dallas is done.
We're still alive, and a lot of people have been eliminated. I think nearly 70% of the field are out already after 2 weeks.
Yep.
Which is kind of par for the course. Last year, after 3 weeks, 70% were eliminated. It's starting to get trickier, though. Like, I've survived. I had Buffalo in week 1, and I had Houston last night. I smartly stayed away from Baltimore. I considered it briefly, but I never really – I've had a good feel for that. Like, I'll give myself credit at least that I didn't take the Bengals in week 1. I didn't fall for the Ravens will beat the Raiders for sure. I was like, no, they won't. And it's funny now, Cam, because I've been telling people for years that Todd Monken sucks. And now it's starting to become a little bit of a story that the Ravens play calling is being questioned now publicly, like nationally on national shows, which rightfully so. I mean, I was just ahead of the curve. Todd Monken's no good.
Well, he's no good. Their offensive line's bad too. He's a big problem. And I'll tell you this, Gabe, imagine Kansas City actually lost to Cincinnati. He would have knocked out more people. Some people would have taken that. I got to believe a small percentage. That's another 6-point favorite.
No, like pretty much everybody. No, I was surprised. Only 259 people were on the Dallas Cowboys even. Only 250. 4,000 of them were on the Ravens. Wow.
Pharrell, coast to coast.
They never win, though.
Can't be saying that.
I just did, son.
But somebody's going to swing at you over here.
I'm quick, though. I told you. I'm big, too. 240, son.
Not me.
Bobby, and tell him what happens to these big 6'4", 240 guys. We go down. It takes a lot to get us down, son. I will truck you, Raleigh.
Man, you're going to put me on the spot. I'm going to have to swing at you.
Raleigh!
It's Pharrell, coast to coast with Scott Farrell. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific. On the home of the winning edge. The SportsGrid Radio Network.
The sharpest football contest show in the land, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show, focuses on Circus Sports Million, Circus Survivor, and the Westgate Super Contest, handicapping the games and releasing our contest picks every week of the season. With 2 former Super Contest winners, Brady Cannon and James Salinas, a former NFL player, Mike Pritchard, and over $1 million in contest prize money won combined, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show will have you prepared this season like none other.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Purdue University physicists have opened the world's first quantum disco with the world's tiniest disco ball. And by tiny, I mean a disco ball 1/100th the width of a human hair, made of glowing fluorescent nanodiamonds levitating inside a pure vacuum, spinning 1.2 billion times per minute. The point? Not to improve your platform shoe disco finger, but to simulate what happens to qubits inside a quantum computer. Computing power that could be 150 billion times faster than yesterday's supercomputer. And that's a lot cooler than John Travolta doing the funky chicken. Follow me at Chicapalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool.
These days, what can you really depend on? What's really going to be there for you tomorrow and the next day? We know that trust takes time, and we earn your loyalty every day
by giving you the winning edge.
Keep it here. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Scumbags! Rage! Sports Rage with Gabe Morency. Rage all you want.
Got time.
Wow. 3rd and 3, and the Philadelphia Eagles, the Atlanta Falcons are out of timeouts. The Falcons are out of timeouts, and the Philadelphia Eagles try to throw the ball to Saquon Barkley. It would have been a touchdown if he would have caught it. Saquon Barkley dropped the ball, and it forced them into a 4th and 3. and they just kicked a field goal.
Oh, see that snap? It was on the ground. That was crazy.
Yeah, it was a bad snap, and the holder saves it. Let's see. Barely got the ball in place and got the laces out in time. And the kick was pretty ugly, too. It was a sputter from close, and it goes in. And Atlanta Falcon backers right now, that's just a freaking dagger. Except there's a $1:39 left in the football game. There's a lot of time left. And yeah, there's a lot of time left, and they don't have any timeouts, but they get the touchdown and the extra point, and they win the football game. This is Kirk Cousins' moment to shine here. Lead him down the field. You make like $45-50 million a year. So lead him down the field. If you're Philadelphia, that was kind of a disaster. I didn't like the call, but I kind of get it. They went for the jugular, right?
They did.
Nobody expected them, Cam, to throw the football. So they roll out. It was a nice, really safe play, too. It was just a little bubble screen to Saquon, who was all alone. Saquon catches that. He walks into the end zone, and they ice the game. And, Philadelphia, they're aggressive. That's what they were thinking. Saquon Barkley dropped the football. I think he was looking at the end zone. He's thinking, I'm just going to walk this into the end zone. I think he probably thought, Cam, what's my celebration going to be? Right?
Exactly.
And boom, he drops the ball. And he had it. He had the ball, and he sort of bobbled a bit. It's like, oh, God. But for Philadelphia, like I said, if he catches the ball, he probably scores a touchdown. They get the field goal. So right now, suddenly, they're covering the spread. But there's a $1:39 left. And how about this? The Eagles last year, 3 losses, guys, after leading in the final 2 minutes of play.
Wow.
So Kirk, and you only have to go 70 yards, Cam. You get the ball on your 30 now.
That's the thing. It would have been a minute with the safe running play. Probably if they stuff them, you get the field goal, but it's a minute. And that's a hell of a big difference for a drop ball that basically gave them an extra time out here. And yeah, there's a lot of time left. A lot of time.
Yeah, and now, how would that field goal that I talked about them burning and not going for in the first quarter look?
Every time that happens, Gabe,
be up by 9 now.
It'll bite you. It bites you.
The Atlanta Falcons are already at the Philadelphia Eagle 40-yard line.
Should have got out of bounds, but there's tons of time.
If you're Philadelphia, you got to start thinking about you got to start thinking, man, well, do we need to get the ball back and kick a field goal? Like, you're going to have to, what about us and our timeouts left? Suddenly, Kirk Cousins is going deep. Oh, my God. They're picking him apart. They are picking the Eagles apart right now.
Wow.
Speaking of the Circus Survivor, the Eagles, Cam, 17% of the entries are on them. They are one of the popular picks.
Interesting. It's wow.
The Texans were the second choice. It was like I could go over the percentages, but the most popular one was the Ravens, then it was the Texans, and then it was the Eagles. So this would be like another massive shakeup actually in the Survivor world if Philly loses here.
What a game for Mooney. He's played great for Atlanta tonight. A lot of great plays, slipped the tackle there.
Seems like he's got a chemistry.
Look how easy this is. Like they got 43 seconds left. Eagles got to think. You're right. They have to think about their timeout situation.
They're dropping back. And Cousins like, fine, all right, I'll just complete this.
That's the thing. You can't play that soft coverage with that much time. If there was 20 seconds left in the game, sure, but you had a $140. Like, what do you guys think? Like, they got all the time in the world. 43 seconds here.
I'm dead serious. You almost want to let him score at this point. Because you'll only need a field goal after, but you got 2 timeouts left, but you really put yourself in a bad spot, and here it is. Whoa. Oh, they're lucky that wasn't a flag. That was close. That was tight coverage.
Oh, man.
Tight coverage, Cam, in the end zone.
Wow. That was a laser. Yeah, that was. I thought they might throw some laundry there. So now this is an interesting situation, Gabe. Clock stops 38.
That was pass interference. I'm watching the replay.
Oh, yeah, he draped him. He had his hand underneath, too.
He was there way early. He was there way early. Matthias, feel free to rage. I would say that actually was.
It's Ray McLeod. He doesn't get the call.
No. But now it's third. There it is. Touchdown.
Wow.
Drake London.
Oh, wow. I'm Drake London.
Drake London with the touchdown.
Catches
with 34 seconds remaining, though. Philadelphia's got time and 2 timeouts. I was talking about it. Now, if you're Philadelphia, you're going to start thinking, wow. This is wild.
How many get? 34 seconds, 3 timeouts. They got 4 plays, you think, maybe?
They have a good kicker. You get the ball at the 30. You get the ball at the 30, Cam. It's basically you need to get 30 yards only. You're at the 30. 30 yards is their 40. That's a 57-yard field goal. Oh, and London just got a penalty. Was it London that got the penalty? Unsportsmanlike?
Might be the Eagles.
Or
is it on London?
That's on London. That's big.
Wow. Gabe, think about this, too.
Oh, for the kickoff. That's big.
People don't understand this stuff, too.
That's big. That's a 15-yarder.
Wow.
Look, he did a gun. He did a gun thing shooting birds in the sky right in front of the ref. What an idiot.
That's the best. Discus. Bang. Yeah.
Oh, no. So here's
point.
It's applied to the extra point.
Makes sense. Boy, Koo.
Oh, he makes it.
Yeah, holy, Koo's pretty good.
22-21. 34 seconds left.
Think about this. Everyone's like,
I say Philadelphia come back and win.
I agree with you. 6-point teasers? Yeah, your 6-point teaser. If you do a 7-point teaser with Philly, it's plus 1.5 for all you people out there. And they always say, don't do the 6, but whatever. Yeah, that 1 point could save your ass.
Yeah, the teaser just hit. Actually, you're right. What Philly squeezes
Think about
through
it.
at 1.5.
Everyone's like, I don't do 7-point teasers. Me and you do. Yeah. Are you laughing when you lose by a half point?
You know what people will say, Cam, all the time is, don't do it across 0 or whatnot. Like, what's the point from 5.5 to the 1.5? But you see the 1.5 comes into play suddenly. You're right. The Eagle teaser suddenly would hit with that happening.
Exactly. That's the whole thing. Like, games do end in 1 point sometimes. So I know everybody. I don't listen to that crossover crap.
I think Philly score, Cam.
I do too.
My prediction is Philly will get the field goal, or at least get the field goal attempt. I think they'll be able to pull this off. So no, they applied it to the extra point, the penalty. Here's the 6 lead changes tonight in this game. All right, it's a touchback. Just take the touchback. They don't kill any time on the clock. You get the ball at the 30-yard line. So they got 34 seconds, and they got 2 timeouts. They got plenty of time. Like, you know what I mean? If you're playing for a field goal here, you got plenty of time. And they're showing the Saquon Barkley drop again. That was the game.
I'll tell you this, though, Gabe. If Atlanta wins, you have to think about it from your perspective in the contest. That hurts a lot of people if Philly's a popular play.
Yeah, I'll get the exact number here. I was really surprised, Cam, that more people weren't on Dallas. I was like, oh, wow, Dallas losing will be big. And then I see 259. They actually tell you exactly how many people took. Let me see. I'll get it up for people. Here it is. All right, here's Jalen Herz on first down to Dallas Goedert, and they pick up a nice chunk. And I would call timeout exactly. It's the only thing. Well, Philadelphia mismanaged this, but you have to call a timeout there, but that was a big play right there, Cam. I think, and you know what? The long field goal bet. That's why I said earlier about overtime, at least when these games sort of get crazy at the end. The one good thing about props, you still have a shot.
Who can hit? They kick a field goal. Remember, 45.5. There were this total was all over the place.
Right.
It went
I actually
down,
have 44, Cam. I did 44, but I didn't even think about that at 132.
This game is, I'm telling you, the 7-point teaser's middling. Everything's middling.
I have them on the money line, too.
Yes.
Oh, no.
People don't understand,
we're going to a break. What's going to happen now?
Of course we are. Mocon's coming up, and you know they're going to have a huge play.
Oh.
What a joke.
What bad timing. 27 seconds left.
Get the SportsGrid mobile app. Take us to places where the wife would definitely not approve.
Not counting the bank.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. Football Full Circle.
In my opinion, the Dolphins' big picture, they're not going anywhere for a playoff run until that defensive front gets better. Would they give up a $144 against Bigsby and Travis Etienne last week? Is it going to stop tonight? Absolutely not. I just don't see it. I think Buffalo, to me, is the best team in the division.
It's Football Full Circle with Ben Stevens and Joe Lisi. Weekdays, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Are you retired like me, and you just found out you owe the IRS a ton of money? Well, what would your life be like if they took your retirement savings away from you? They can do it, and your property. If you owe the IRS back taxes or you haven't filed in a while, the Tax Relief Line is here to help you. They can stop the IRS from taking your retirement savings. If you qualify, you could have your tax bill reduced to zero. That's right, if you're retired and you owe the IRS a lot in back taxes, you could have your entire tax bill reduced to zero due. The IRS has now hired thousands of new employees, so they're ready to come after you. Don't let them take your retirement savings or property. Make this free call now.
800-590-4933. 800-590-4933. 800-590-4933. That's 800-590-4933.
The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid.
When you're a SportsGrid listener,
you have an advantage.
We bring you sports gaming strategies and information 24/7. We call it the winning edge. Everybody else calls it Stop messing around.
Get the winning edge.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Well, we told you every time we go to a commercial break, something crazy happens, except that time, listen, I point blank thought that they were going to kick the field goal. Right? They only really needed 30 yards. Elliott's a good kicker. You get to the 40-yard line, it's a 57-yarder. Or you get a little closer or whatnot, you give yourself a chance. Big play on first down to Goddard over the middle of the field. They only really needed another 2 completions, and they had 26 seconds left still. And Jalen Herz forced the throw. He went deep down the field. He had a lot of time in the pocket, so I think he sort of figured, I got to do something. We're running out of time. He could have just thrown it out of bounds, should have taken off, and, lived to fight another play. You still had time. And like I said, you only really need another big chunk pass to get into field goal range. Nice. Hey, the Atlanta Falcon defense is balling. What can you say? They lost week 1, but they didn't give up a touchdown. And they just stepped up with some big-time plays. But how big was that drop from Saquon Barkley? We were worried about the point spread aspect of it, but Barkley catches that ball. He probably scores the touchdown. And if he doesn't score the touchdown, let's say he goes down deliberately, which he might have, the game's over. Falcons don't get the ball back. Let's bring in Mo Khan. Mo, it wasn't the best played football game tonight, especially in the first half. And Kirk Cousins saved the best for last, because Kirk Cousins has looked terrible, except on that last drive. It's going to give him and his team a lot of confidence moving forward. That's the Kirk Cousins that they want, throwing bullets under pressure, coming back on the road. It's a massive win for the Atlanta Falcons and a big-time loss for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Especially, Gabe, with Detroit and San Fran both losing this weekend, right? If Philly wins this, they control the NFC at least for week 2 and beyond. And now it's all even steaming with those 3 teams as we speak. Look, this game came down to this. Atlanta's front 7 was phenomenal. Their back 4 was excellent. Bates, Simmons, Terrell Sr., they played a phenomenal game. And what happened with Jalen Hurts, Gabe? They made him one-dimensional. He couldn't pass the ball as well. You saw him run the ball pretty much almost like a college option offense that they ran today, which, quite frankly, they made him one-dimensional. At the end of the day, it was a great call from the defensive side of things here. And you're right, Gabe. For Kirk Cousins, a guy who doesn't play well in primetime football, he came up big when it mattered most. And quite frankly, where was the Philadelphia pass rush? Nowhere to be found at all in this football game. And that cost him dearly. And that might cost him at the end of the day, Gabe, that you keep San Fran and Detroit within range of the top spot going towards week 3 and beyond.
Well, I'll tell you what, especially with Dallas losing yesterday, it's just, to me though, Mo, and I brought this up earlier in the game, and I know it was early. It was actually in the first quarter of the game. And for everybody tuning in, it's been here with us all night. We appreciate it. But Sirianni goes for it instead of just kicking the field goal with like 6 minutes left in the first quarter? Like, why?
Right.
Like, what's somebody's modern coaches? McVay did the same thing last week at Detroit. And, all right, the game ended up going to overtime. You don't think that 3 would have helped, Coach? Here you go again. You guys just lost by 1 point in the first quarter. You could have taken a 3. Now, I know it would have changed the dynamic of the score and all that for the rest of the game, but these modern coaches, Mo, that they're like allergic to taking 3 points. I totally get it if it's a high-scoring game and your defense isn't stopping anybody. It's 0-0 in the first quarter. There's no shame in kicking a field goal and taking a 3-0 lead.
No, not at all, Gabe. And think about this, though, right? As much as Philly got stopped in that drive, Atlanta got stopped on their 4th down late in the fourth quarter. And that's where they're supposed to be demoralized and losing this football game. And I just think that for Sirianni, the way he coached this game, it felt like it was a prevent offense at times here, that they didn't throw the ball deep enough to get Atlanta on their heels a little bit here, because what you saw, Gabe, was 7-8-man boxes, and they dared Jalen Hurts to throw that football. And when he did, as we saw in that last play, it cost him dearly, and now they're 1-1.
And another thing is, too, I brought it up at the time, they had a 3-point lead, Mo, and they got super conservative, as you stated. Like, I don't know if it was a lack of trust or this or that, but, and, you know, maybe they missed A.J. Brown more than I thought. I didn't think they would miss him as much as they did. You know, we could say, okay, how much did that have an effect? But they were up by 3 with like 6.5, 7 minutes, Mo, and they're kind of running the ball like they have a 20-point lead. It's like, guys, you're only up by 3. And I brought it up a couple of times, like, you're going to give the ball back to them again. And then, okay, you could say, well, Saquon catches that 99 out of 100 times. But does he? Right? I mean, the game on the line there, Mo, you ran the ball and stopped the clock for the Atlanta Falcons as well. Like, if you would have just kicked and ended up with the 3, let's just say they run the ball.
Right.
They don't get the first down. They run the ball. They're killing another 45 plus seconds off the clock, Mo, with the play and the kickoff and everything. And Atlanta doesn't have 1:40. They have less than a minute to go down the field. Like you said, Sirianni's going to start to be on the hot seat soon in Philadelphia, because that seat heats up fast in that city.
And 2 points here, Gabe. Remember, the Eagles invested in the receiving corps, right, with Dotson being acquired from Washington, right, to make it more of a firepower offense to work with. And who was at the game tonight? Bill Belichick, right? So it just adds more fuel to the fire for the Eagles, and that Sirianni did not coach this game well. He was outfoxed by Raheem Morrison, what his staff did in this football game. And look, if you're the Falcons right now, I know week 1 was a terrible outlook against Pittsburgh, but this NFC South could be them and the Saints when it's all said and done, because of how well those two teams match up in terms of the skill sets that they have. And for the Falcons, again, like I said, a massive win for their confidence, morale to move forward and say we can compete with the best of them in the NFC South at least.
You know what? It's extremely difficult, guys. Even in the 17-game season, you start the season 0-2. You can get out of the hole, but there's not a big percentage of teams that have done it. 0-3 is like a kiss of death, and there's a bunch of pretty good football teams that are going to be facing that prospect. But Kirk Cousins, guys, 5 for 6 for 70 yards on that last drive. So they got the ball in the 30. So he basically went the length of the field, 70 yards on that drive. You could tell the confidence with the team after. And they got a big game coming up, Mo, on Sunday. And the way their offense was looking in the first half of this game, you're thinking, oh, boy, like they're going to get lit up by Kansas City on Sunday night. Even though Kansas City won the football game yesterday, they didn't play up to their standards. So they're going to be a little bit more focused this week. But they do lose Pacheco as well. All right, so more with Mo Khan on the other side. The Monday Night Meltdown. Let's roll.
Life gets so complicated. Just a few years ago, you only worried about what toy to ask for at Christmas. Now, only we get you. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1993, Dave Winfield becomes the 19th player to get 3,000 hits. Big Dave was a gifted athlete, as he was drafted by the NBA's Atlanta Hawks and Minnesota Vikings. Winfield was a 7-time Gold Glover and belted 465 home runs in his Hall of Fame career.
Drive hit deep to left field, way back, forget it, it's a home run for Dave Winfield.
For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
Pharrell, Coast to Coast.
They never win, though.
Can't be saying that
I
in Vegas.
did, son.
But somebody's going to swing at you over here.
I'm quick, though. I told you. I'm big, 240, son.
Not me.
Mafia, tell him what happens to these big 6'4", 240 guys. We go down. It takes a lot to get us down, son. I will truck you, Raleigh.
Man, you're going to put me on the spot. I'm going to have to swing at you.
Raleigh!
It's Pharrell, Coast to Coast with Scott Pharrell. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific. On the home of the winning edge. The SportsGrid Radio Network. SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and Sirius XM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Moneyline at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern. And Pharrell, Coast to Coast, keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi. Then boils over with Gabe Morency on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. You don't have to listen to SportsGrid. You can always go to a horse stable, find one with shoes, pry one off, and hang it over your door. Or you can get the winning edge right here. And you won't take a hoof to the head. No! This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Wow, what a wild ending. We've said it a million times. You know, NFL games, even if they're a little slow, at times early in the game, they always end with some crazy dramatics and, right, the script, so to speak. But that was a wild script at the end. Saquon Barkley drops the ball, would have iced the football game. He might have scored a touchdown. He probably would have went down. I've seen Saquon go down in those situations before just to kill the clock off after, and Tampa were out of timeouts. But in hindsight, we're looking at it from that perspective, but from Philly's perspective, as Mo Khan joins us, there are just so many mistakes and bad play calls, penalties. Like, they literally beat themselves, and they dodged the bullet. And I thought Jalen was played pretty well in the second half against Green Bay last week, Mo. But in the first half, very similar to that pass, just careless. You can't just carelessly throw it over the middle of the field like that. Right? Throw it out of bounds, bro. There would have been like 22 seconds left. You still had a timeout left. Like, that's like a Hail Mary heave. I don't know. I'm just getting rid of the ball. It was like, what are you doing? Right? It was one of those, like, sort of like the coach, Callahan said to Will Levis, what the F are you doing? Right? That's one of those type of deals. But, let's give credit to the Atlanta Falcons. But let's look at all the upsets this week, guys. Mo's a Raider fan. And I don't even think Mo thought that they were going to go into Baltimore and win.
No, not at all.
And then let alone, Mo, when they were down by 10, they battled. Then they're down by 10 in the fourth. You figure, all right, valiant effort. You're going to fall short. It is what it is. They come back and win the football game. So in the Circus Survivor, guys, 34% of people got eliminated in week one by taking the Cincinnati Bengals. And when you add up the other losses and stuff, it was basically like I think it was like 40% of the people got bounced. Yesterday, 26% of the people still in the Circus Survivor took the Baltimore Ravens.
Wow.
I took so now they're out, Mo. I took the Houston Texans this week. I had to sweat it out last night. It wasn't an easy one.
You did.
And I wasn't alone in taking them. 2,049 people took them in the contest, 23%. So 14% took the Chargers. But then the Lions, 9% on the Lions, nearly 10%, 9.9%. Philadelphia Eagles, 9%. So another big chunk. 785 people just got knocked out tonight with that craziness play. The Jags lost. They had 3%. Cowboys lost 3%. Colts lost 1%. So basically out of all the popular picks, a lot of people got bounced this week on this page. Been a crazy start to the season, Mo. So far, but let's take a look at the games that are coming up this week. We got the Patriots and the Jets. The point spread is 6. It's 37.5. The Patriots have been competitive. Aaron Rodgers got into a little bit of a rhythm yesterday. What do you think about the Thursday nighter at MetLife in New Jersey?
It's fascinating because it's the home opener for the Jets, right? So the Jets coming into this game, I'm just curious to see how they're going to be more dynamic in offense. Breece Hall, you saw what he did. You saw the rookie from Wisconsin, what he did. Can they get more production from the passing game, Gabe? Because that's going to be key for this Jets team if they want to be more dynamic in the AFC East. That as much as you want to run the football, you got to figure out how to get A-Rod to get more downfield passes. If he can do that on that Mayo defense on Thursday, it really makes them a tempting pick to look at. But that spread is pretty high in my books here, and I think the Jets won't cover it, but I still think they'll win that football game in a close one by a field goal or so.
Patriots defense is good. They play hard for Mayo.
Yeah, they do.
They don't make a ton of mistakes. They don't have a ton of skill position players. Hunter Henry had a nice game yesterday. And, I don't want to say, listen, when you look at it, it's not the most glamorous game. I know some in the media love this Aaron Rodgers stuff and the Jets. I kind of cringed when I saw the matchup. I'm like, oh, great. But it could be an entertaining football game, right? If the Patriots come to play. The Bears, Mo, are 1.5-point underdogs in Indianapolis this week. The 0-2 Broncos are in Tampa Bay. Tampa have been a surprise story. Green Bay getting 3 points at Tennessee, so I'm assuming they think that Jordan Love is still going to be out of this game. But if Jordan Love nearly played this week, I don't know if he nearly played this past week, unless that was a big smokescreen. I don't really see why he potentially couldn't play. Texans at Vikings. We got a couple of interesting games this week. Looking at the sort of the glamour games. Texans at Vikings. Texans are -2.5, so we have 2-2-0 football teams here. Chargers at Steelers, another 2-0 matchup between 2-0 teams. Andy Dalton gets the start for the Panthers against your Raiders, who are going to be a popular survivor pick. Cowboys and Ravens. We'll hit this on the other side. I'm telling you guys, keep your eye on this Arizona Cardinal team. Dangerous team. Big game against the Detroit Lions this week.
SportsGrid is available on the radio, internet, TV, satellite, and our mobile app. If you're not getting it, ask the nerdy kid next door. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Do you use the expensive blue or yellow pills to charge your sex life? Are you thinking about it? What if we can promise you the same results for less than $3 a pill? If you're paying $20 a pill for the other pills, you're getting taken to the cleaners. Our pills deliver the exact same results for less than $3. You'll save more than $16 a pill for the same results. And right now, radio callers will get 44 blue or yellow pills for $120 with free discreet shipping. You can save more than $700 off pharmacy prices. Charge your sex life now and save a ton of money. Call now and get your 44 pills and save over $700 and qualify for free shipping. Stop overpaying and call right now.
Paid for by Steel Man Pills. 800-823-3851. 800-823-3851. 800-823-3851. That's 800-823-3851.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Purdue University physicists have opened the world's first quantum disco with the world's tiniest disco ball. And by tiny, I mean a disco ball 1/100th the width of a human hair, made of glowing fluorescent nanodiamonds levitating inside a pure vacuum, spinning 1.2 billion times per minute. The point? Not to improve your platform shoe disco finger, but to simulate what happens to qubits inside a quantum computer. Computing power that could be 150 billion times faster than yesterday's supercomputer. And that's a lot cooler than John Travolta doing the funky chicken. Follow me at Capalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
You may or may not be a good SportsGrid listener. If you've ever looked around to see if anyone's watching before you tear the Do Not Remove tag off your mattress, you may not be a good SportsGrid listener. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Wow, what a wild game tonight. 22-21 final score. Philadelphia had the football, had an opportunity. Jalen Herz got careless with the ball, threw the ball down the field. It was intercepted. And a massive comeback win for the Atlanta Falcons and a big-time signature win for Kirk Cousins. Big comeback for him. He wasn't looking good. He looked terrible last week, but I think a lot of us forget it's not easy not to play football for a year and a half or two and then step on the field and play well. We saw that with Aaron Rodgers last week. And, at least we saw a spark from this Falcon team. Our boy Matthias is very excited right now, and rightfully so. And at least now, Sunday Night Football, we can sort of say, all right, Atlanta's offense came alive here. And looking at the point spread right now, the Kansas City Chiefs are 4.5-point favorites. The total is 46.5. That's Sunday Night Football. We're going to be with you on right here on SiriusXM Channel 159, but also on SportsGrid Radio and Television Networks. Monday and Thursdays, we do the SiriusXM 159, but video is on YouTube, SportsGrid On Demand. It's a free YouTube channel. Check it out. And all the past shows of all the shows on the network are posted up there as well. So, Mo, next Monday, we have a doubleheader, actually, our first doubleheader of the season. The Buffalo Bills, 6.5-point favorites right now at FanDuel. 46.5 is the total. And the winless Cincinnati Bengals host the Washington Commanders on Monday Night Football. The first game starts at 7:30, and then the second game starts at 8:15. So they're actually on at the same time, and I guess they do the ESPN and the ABC thing. What do you think about the doubleheaders next week?
Well, they love it at the NFL, having these games overlap each other on Monday Night Football. But I think in these two games here, I'm liking the Bills right now, Gabe. I think Jacksonville is lacking something in their offense right now. Trevor Lawrence has not taken that step yet.
Quarterback play. That's what they're lacking. Every quarterback gets ripped, but this guy's gotten paid without a ton of success, Mo, and now the production's just not there, and he's got talent around him.
No, and if you look at the statistical comparison of their careers, Gardner Minshew of the Raiders and Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars almost have identical stats. TDs, INTs, and pass yards in their career. So what does that say about the quarterback position, right? But I'm curious to see what Doug Pearson can do with his offense here because they're lacking something, Gabe. I don't know what it is. I know you talk about the ETN fumble in week 1 against Miami, but they don't have that dynamic playmaker at the receiver position yet. Ingram being out does not help their cause. He probably won't play, I don't think, next Monday against Buffalo. And you think about Buffalo right now, Gabe, they've done it in so many different ways. We questioned their team. I know you weren't really happy with their offseason and what they couldn't do, but think about what they've done so far. Defense looks fantastic. But the thing is, my concern for Buffalo is, are they going to run out of bodies that are going to be healthy enough to play these games? And that's the biggest concern for Buffalo right now. I think their offense is great. It's more dynamic than before, unpredictable. But if the defense can stay remotely healthy, then the road of the AFC East goes through Buffalo once again if they can remain healthy on that side of the football. And, Gabe, that's going to be a fun game to watch because, Monday Night Football and Buffalo fans, they love their home football games prime time, that is, and I can't wait to watch this.
Especially that they're 2-0. They're already planning the table jumps and what they're going to do. All right, so I want to get to college with you before we get you out of here as well. But nice win for your Raiders. Now they go back home. And, the Raiders don't have a pure home field advantage, really, because it's Vegas. So many people want to go to Vegas. If you're going to go to a road game, why not go to Vegas and have fun for the weekend there? But Carolina won't, Carolina don't have a bunch of fans that are going to travel.
No, they don't travel.
Big win for the Raiders. So I think it's almost like a true Raider home game this week. But they get the sort of they're not playing Bryce Young. They're playing Andy Dalton right now. Are you worried about a letdown against the Panthers, or do you think the Raiders roll them?
I think the Raiders should roll them. But this is the Raiders talking about here, Gabe. Remember, they lost to Jeff Saturday. Okay, so
I was at that game. You're right. It's a good point. Put it this way: I'm not taking the Raiders in the Circus Survivor. I'll just let everyone know. I don't away.
I hope not. But I think the key for the Raiders will be the running game. The Panthers are missing Derek Brown in the middle of the defense here. And that's a big gap that they don't have anymore. Can Zamir White, Madison, and that running back core get that established? Because once they've done that, Gabe, it opens up for Devontae Adams and Brock Bowers and Jacoby Myers to get more one-on-ones on the outside here. If that can be the key for them, Gabe, they should win this game. But look, Andy Dalton has had a good win-loss record against the Raiders during his career. So this might be a little bit closer than expected here, but I think the Raiders should prevail at the end of the day.
All right, so college football. this past weekend, we had some of the rivalry games that were forced to the earlier of the season, so state rivalry games. But from a top 25 perspective, you know what I mean, from a big playoff picture perspective, it was sort of the calm before the storm before, all right, conference play starts for real now. And here we go. So Friday night, Illinois and Nebraska. I tell you what, Nebraska's really got it going on with Raiola at the quarterback position, and Illinois coming into this football game undefeated. That game is in Lincoln, Nebraska. The Huskers are 9.5-point favorites. The total's 43.5. Ohio State continue to play a tough schedule as they host Marshall. That's just kind of a clown show. We got NC State at Clemson. I'd say the game of the week here, Mo. There's a couple of interesting ones, but Tennessee and Oklahoma being one of them. But
good.
Yeah, USC and Michigan, though. This is a big deal for everybody, right? It's a big deal for the Big Ten. I know that we've had some conference games already, right? Indiana, UCLA. There's been a few of them, but this is sort of the big one. This is the first one on CBS at 3:30, right? So they're launching it here. It's USC's first game in the Big Ten. It's at the Big House against the defending national champions. But Michigan don't look like national champions right now. They announced today, Mo, that Alex Orji will be the starting quarterback in this game. The USC Trojans are 5.5-point favorites. The total is 46.5. What's your pick for this game? Do you think USC are good enough to go into the Big House and beat Michigan? And will Michigan get a spark with Alex Orji? What do you think about this game? What's your pick?
I got Michigan. Look, USC. I don't look. Now we're in Big Ten play, Gabe. Right? It's different style football. They're not playing the run and gun offense that they've enjoyed under Miller Moss, all that stuff here. But Michigan has a lot to prove, especially after what happened against Texas 2 weeks ago when they got smashed.
It's gut check time. It's gut check time for this.
It is. And for USC to come into the Big House, I don't see, first of all, I don't see them beating Michigan outright in this football game. I believe Michigan's running game will be reestablished, and that was the biggest thing we have not seen from USC so far. The defense has improved, right? They can tackle better, but can they stop the run in Big Ten play? If Michigan can get that running game established early in this matchup here and smash it down their throats, we'll see how tough USC is going to be in that boxing match if they can withstand those body blows in the first, second, and third quarter of this football game. That's why I think Michigan comes up big and USC comes back down to reality a little bit, because I still don't believe that they're a playoff contender yet, given that Lincoln Riley is trying to reestablish certain things about this team that was lacking under his tenureship so far.
Listen, if they lose this game, USC are not eliminated from any playoff conversation. But
no, they're not.
But they win this game, and then it gets real. It's like, wow, the hype will begin. The Trojans are back. But I agree with you. Listen, I was at the USC-LSU game. LSU's defense not very good, as we just saw against South Carolina, right? It is what it is. That was on the West Coast, bro. That was in Vegas. And that's in LA. That's in USC's wheelhouse, right? Just, we're playing in Vegas. The same thing as playing in LA. There were a ton of Trojan fans. This is different, right? Just the field, the big house, the physicality here. We're going to find out. And, we'll see if USC's offensive line can hold up, because Michigan's defense is still balling, right? Texas are just that good, right? Texas are just on another level. It is what it is, but I'm with you. Another really good football team this year. They're showing no mercy, bro. The Tennessee Volunteers. They're killing people. They're going into Norman. Here's a big test for Oklahoma. Welcome to the SEC. You get the Tennessee Volunteers rolling into town, an explosive Tennessee offense, Mo. They're 7-point road favorites, this team.
I like Tennessee. And remember the underlying story to this whole process. Josh Heupel, former OU great, that kind of got forced out of Norman, because when he was running the show as the OC within that whole offense here, he got forced out. They come out, they will cover the spread, and I think they'll smash Oklahoma in this matchup.
People always criticize players. Oh, he played in Josh Heupel's system. You know what? Josh Heupel's system seems to be pretty freaking good, guys. That's the reality of it.
The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts, in-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more, all in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime, on the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1993, Dave Winfield becomes the 19th player to get 3,000 hits. Big Dave was a gifted athlete, as he was drafted by the NBA's Atlanta Hawks and Minnesota Vikings. Winfield was a 7-time Gold Glover and belted 465 home runs in his Hall of Fame career.
Drive hit deep to left field, way back, forget it, it's a home run for Dave Winfield.
For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and Sirius XM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid.
You've heard of smart bombs,
Smartphones, smart cars, smart watches, and smart glasses.
Now you can add smart player.
Giving you sports gaming strategies and information 24/7.
It's smarter to be on SportsGrid.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Thanks to Mocon for kicking it with us. Great stuff. Really flew by. Yeah, these shows fly by. Even though it's 4 hours when we do the football. Listen, I'm not going to lie to you. It's like the Jets and the Patriots. I'm not a fan. I'm a Bills fan. So this is not a barbecue I would go to generally in my neighborhood. You know what I mean, Cam? Like the neighbors.
You got the invite. You're like, I got better things to do.
No, yeah, it's like I'm forced to go to some sort of like football viewing party of these two teams. Yeah. It's like, yeah, all right. For a betting person, I am leaning with the Patriots +6, but I don't love it or anything like that. We'll come up with some plays. And speaking of which, though, we have a college game on Thursday. South Alabama versus App State. App State's 8-point favorites. I just brought up some college football with Mo, and looking at the card this week, you've got Illinois, Cam, at Nebraska. Both teams are 3-0 to start the season. Nebraska are 9-point favorites on Friday night on Fox. Totals 43, so we'll be on during the back end of this game. And you got San Jose State at Washington State coming off that big Apple Cup win. The Cougs, 13.5-point favorites. This is the classic letdown spot.
I'm with you, Gabe. I'm like, woo, San Jose State getting 13.5. If you can find 14, that could be a good spot for the Spartans there. But this Nebraska team, they destroyed Colorado as well. That's a good game. 9 seems like a lot of points against Illinois, but Nebraska's playing good football. Stanford, Syracuse, I don't know what to do with that game, buddy. Like, you could tell me. That's a tough one.
I'll tell you a game here that catches my eye. So this one is Saturday at noon Eastern time, 9 o'clock Pacific. I talked a lot about this team, actually, and specifically this quarterback in Curtis Rourke, Nate Rourke's brother. Curtis Rourke was the Ohio quarterback. He transferred, though, to Indiana. He's big time. Like, Nate Rourke is really, really good. Nate Rourke was like 4-0 in bowl games at Ohio. Kid's just a winner. And he was good. He's good in the CFL. He tried to make it in the NFL, and he bounced around from team to team and third string and all that type of stuff. But his brother, like Nate Rourke, is probably like 6 feet. I think he's, they say he's 6'1" or so. He's about 6 feet tall. Sort of Drew Brees-ish. His brother, Curtis, is 6'5". And scouts love him. And anybody that watched the game on Saturday night against UCLA, you saw this kid's arm. He's got the strength. He's got touch on the ball, on the deep balls. Like, he's a really good quarterback. Like, I saw Cam. He's ranked number 1 on the CFL rankings for the draft, but he's good enough that he's going to be in the NFL. And I don't know. I'm not saying he'll be a starter, but he seems to be good enough to me to be a starter, but he's good enough that he's going to get drafted. And Indiana guys through 3 games have scored more points in 3 games than they have in their school history before. They're a good football team. Signati, the kid, the coach came over from James Madison. If you remember last year, James Madison, they were running the table. And he brought 13 players over from James Madison. He brought in a bunch of other guys. He brought in Curtis Rourke at quarterback. And he kept the good guys on Indiana. So it's like a perfect mix they got going on here. They're 28-point favorites against Charlotte. All right, so the total is 48.5. Dude, Indiana won't stop scoring. They don't take the pedal off the metal. They were throwing the ball. They were up big on UCLA, and they were throwing the ball late. They throw the ball a lot, this team. They're not taking the pedal off the metal. They're trying to make a name for themselves. I love that over 48.5 because I think Indiana will get into the 40s on them. So Charlotte can give us a touchdown or 10 points. This game's going over the number.
Charlotte, could you give us 10? I got to tell you, Gabe, watching that
Indiana
UCLA
might get
game,
50 on their own. They might get 50 on their own if they want to.
I was actually, I'm thinking UCLA, Indiana. I know you liked Indiana in that game a lot too. And I'm like, yeah, they're a better team, but I didn't expect them to murder them. Indiana's really good. Good. So they've really turned their program around. I'm with you. Indiana might put that's a good 48 on Charlotte for sure.
They'll be slow to catch up to Indiana being good.
Mm-hmm.
They're not on TV yet. Well, they just were on TV. I said they're not on TV, but so now maybe, they will a bit, but it's Indiana. People think of them as a basketball team. You know what I mean? They don't really kind of flying under the radar. They were at least before the UCLA game. Florida are just terrible.
Yeah.
And they're 5.5-point road favorites at Mississippi State. That's
never bet in Florida. I had them last week, like you did. They suck.
Mississippi State are a bad team. NC State are getting 20.5 at Clemson. That's a pretty big point spread. But as we stated, the big games of the day, and here's Notre Dame hosting another MAC team, and they're laying 28 again against Miami of Ohio. So Notre Dame laying 28, 43.5 is the total there. UCLA and LSU, these guys signed to play years ago. Remember a couple of years ago they played at the Rose Bowl, and UCLA beat them. This is a tough spot for UCLA, but LSU's defense is terrible. So it's risky laying 24 points with them. Here's the game of the day, Cam. USC and Michigan, 3:30 Eastern time on CBS. It's a big deal. It's CBS's first Big Ten game with the new television deal. It's USC's first Big Ten game. It's at Michigan. USC and Michigan have a history from the Rose Bowl over the years. This is a big pageantry type of game.
And what do you think of the quarterback change for Michigan?
A big gut check time for Michigan. Michigan already got embarrassed on national television once. They need to win this game. Point blank. They need to win.
Do you like the quarterback switch, Morency? I was thinking it's pretty early in the season for them to go there, but
yes.
You're right. It's a huge game.
Yes. Davis Warren, nice story. You don't want to rip a guy that had leukemia and only had a 66% survival rate going into his surgeries. I mean, the kid's a trooper. He was a big blue chip quarterback out of California in high school. But he got leukemia in his senior, he only played 7 games in his senior year. And then he didn't play at Michigan last. You know what I mean? So he hasn't played a lot of football. So even though he's a big time recruit, and I hate to say it, Cam, but I think he looks like a player that if he was in the MAC or something, he'd be lighting it up. It's just the speed's just a bit much. And you're asking a lot from this guy. Hey, you beat leukemia. You're playing against the Texas Longhorns tomorrow.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? You have barely any experience. And, you're playing against the number 2 team in the country, now the number 1 ranked team in the country. It's asking a lot. At least Alex Orji was on the team, Cam, last year. He played in the national championship game. They used to have an offensive package for him. He got snaps in a lot of games last year, even when J.J. McCarthy was there. I'm just alarmed and surprised he can't throw the ball better. I don't understand. What are we teaching him? He's been here for 3 years. But getting 5.5 is too many points. Got to take Michigan.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Purdue University physicists have opened the world's first quantum disco with the world's tiniest disco ball. And by tiny, I mean a disco ball 1/100th the width of a human hair, made of glowing fluorescent nanodiamonds levitating inside a pure vacuum, spinning 1.2 billion times per minute. The point? Not to improve your platform shoe disco finger, but to simulate what happens to qubits inside a quantum computer. Computing power that could be 150 billion times faster than yesterday's supercomputer. And that's a lot cooler than John Travolta doing the funky chicken. Follow me at Chicapalvo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
How would you like to get high-speed internet for your home for less than $2 a day? That's right. For about $50 a month, you'll get lightning-fast internet. Are you paying less than $50 a month right now for your internet? Then call Whole Home Connect right now for blazing fast internet at $50 a month with no price increases, no hidden fees, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees. It's a great deal. And guess what? You can try it for 15 days. If you don't like it, you get your money back. But you're gonna love it, and you're gonna love the price. Internet for your home for $50 a month. That's less than $2 a day. Plus, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees, and our 15-day guarantee. Call now. 800-797-1292. 800-797-1292. 800-797-1292. That's 800-797-1292.
Winning is no accident.
You gotta be smart about it. It takes a plan.
All centered around expert analysis and trusted information.
That's what you get right here.
The Winning Edge. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The fallout continues. The post-game press conferences continue in Philadelphia. And very distraught-looking Jalen Herz on the podium now. Saquon Barkley. Barkley had a great game. And listen, he's a running back. It was asking a lot. You're going to put the game on the line. And it was risky because it could have stopped the clock, and it did. But it was just mismanagement at the end of this football game. And then Jalen Herz had no reason to just, get rid of the football like he did at the time. And that's the NFL, man. It's a wild league, and that was a wild ending. So the Atlanta Falcons now take some momentum the way they ended this football game back onto their team playing. You know they're going to have a great time. And now they await the Kansas City Chiefs on Sunday Night Football. Point spread is 4.5. Total 46.5. And now that we've seen this Atlanta offense open up a bit, Cam, I think, Kirk Cousins will have more confidence next week on Sunday Night Football. They're at home. I'm expecting some points here. Or at least Atlanta should be able to score a bit. But Kansas City's defense is good. And one thing, Atlanta's defense played well. They made plays tonight. I know Barkley went off statistically wise, but they kept them out of the end zone for the most part. They kept the Steelers out of the end zone as well.
Yep.
That's why the total is as light as it is at 46.5. But Atlanta's offense started to click here a bit. So you got to believe that these guys can get into the 20s. I'm leaning with the early over here at 46.5.
I agree with you. This game was under the whole way. It almost got over, finishing at 43. If Philadelphia gets it done, you could have hit the over. I don't know, Gabe, did Jalen Hurts just buy that shirt off the rack? It looks pretty puffy. Anyway, I was just saying, I'm looking at it going, it's like 3 sizes too big. Anyway, I'm with you. I think we have points with Kansas City and Atlanta, and got to hand it to Atlanta. They got it done in the final drive of the game. And Philadelphia's defensive scheme, stupid. Left too much time on the clock, and they give Atlanta chunk yards.
So speaking of points, the Tennessee Volunteers. This offense is one of the most explosive offenses, if not the most explosive offense in college football right now. They're relentless. I think some of these SEC teams, they run the score up a little bit too much even. But it is what it is. It helps them as far as their hype and their boosters and all that, and it gets the crowd into it. But now they go on the road. We got a big-time game on Saturday night. So this is a fun college football card on Saturday. You got that Michigan game. The Friday night card's fun with the Illinois-Nebraska, but the Michigan-USC game on Saturday, now Tennessee at Oklahoma on Saturday night, and a suddenly resurgent little bit Colorado Buffalo football team. And they're 1.5-point home favorites against Baylor on Saturday night, 8 o'clock Eastern time, another one of the TV games. I love these TV wars now. All three networks have all the networks have games, these big games on at the same time. And they're all like just click, click, click. It's awesome. But Colorado, they just played their best game, I think, since I think it's crazy to say they're so up and down, this team, where you figure, man, they're such a clown show and it's like amateur hour. And then suddenly they put something together like that. It's almost like when you talk smack about them, they play their best football. And Colorado State talk a lot. But even though it's only Colorado State, a lot of people thought Colorado State would hang around, including myself. They didn't give up any sacks. Like Shedeur Sanders gets sacked like 6 times a half normally. The offensive line was like really good. Colorado can never run the ball. They ran the ball. Colorado can't stop the run. They stopped the run. Like they played every facet of the game. They actually played like it came together for them, where it was like, whoa, this is all right. That was pretty impressive. They smoked these. They beat down that football team.
They did.
It was an impressive win. Now they go home against Baylor. This is a massive game for them, and I don't think Baylor are that good. Like, this is a winnable game for Colorado. If they play as well as they did on Saturday in Fort Collins, Colorado will win this game. But that's a big if. They got to string it together, but it's a massive game for this program, man, this Buffs team. Like, the local media is all over them. People are ready to turn on them. They got humiliated on national television against Nebraska. But these seasons are long, and there's always a redemption story. Like Michigan has a chance of redemption after their embarrassment against Texas, now on national television again against USC. And Colorado have a shot here to sort of silence all of us and say, you know what, you guys are a clown show. They say, you know what, we're 3-1 right now, and we're rolling, and we got some confidence and momentum. That's a big-time game, Baylor at Colorado on Saturday night. I'm leaning with the Buffaloes right now. And then you got K-State -7 on the road at BYU. That's a tricky game for K-State.
It is. They're better at home. Much better at home.
I wouldn't be laying 7 on the road. All right, congratulations to Matthias.
Yes.
On his dirty bird, the Atlanta Falcons getting cut. We'll see you on a Twisted Tuesday. Other than that, you're on your own.
It's a harsh world out there. Get the SportsGrid mobile app and take all that sweet, sweet winning edge with you.
Download today.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.